Can you hear me, sis?
I can hear you, sis. I'm about to let them in. I've made you co-host, okay? So you can just monitor letting everybody in. It shouldn't be no more than, I think, 81 people that should be coming in here, okay?
Okay.
And I got everybody on, oh, I'm about to mute everybody.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna let them unmute themselves. Hello, everybody. Hello. Y'all can wave your hands. I got everybody on mute. Hello, everybody. Hello. We're still waiting for some people to come in. We got 52 people here. We have a total, I believe, of 81.
Somebody sent you $33.
No, you can keep it on there because you might need it. Okay, I'm doing a class right now, okay? All right. Yeah, I just want to wait till everybody get into the room. Thank everybody for joining me. All of my old students, if you guys are in here, hello. I missed you guys. I didn't leave y'all, but I did, but I didn't. I'm still locked out of Facebook and I'm probably not going to be able to get back in, nor do I want to try to get my friends back up. So y'all can always find me on TikTok. But as I told you guys before, I would not leave you guys. I have spent these last couple months figuring out their system, figuring out a way that we don't have to write no affidavits no more, filling out a way, basically the system that they put in place and refuse to tell us. So I will tell you, I have figured their system out. I have some good things to share with you guys. For you guys that know me, y'all know I don't come with no bull. So we are still waiting for like 20 more people. When they come in, we're gonna get started. I ain't gonna hold y'all long. I'm gonna give y'all exactly what y'all need to know because time is running low. And that's how it's gonna be. So we're almost at the capacity of people that are supposed to be here. I'm doing the presentation. I will keep everybody on mute so that I can get through the entire presentation. I will do questions and answers at the end. It will be recorded. The Zoom will be recorded and everybody that is on the Zoom will be able to get a copy of it. I will ask if they were not on the Zoom, please don't give it out. We've had these issues before. Please let's not have it again. If it don't apply, let it fly. If it do apply, then you understand. If y'all was in my old class, y'all understand exactly where I'm coming from. We're waiting on 8 more people.
Hello, everyone. Please do not record. It's already being recorded. And please have your cameras on. Thank you.
That's fine if you don't have a camera on your laptop. You look a hot mess, it's okay. We're almost at our number, guys, and then we'll get started. I just don't want to have to repeat anything, and I don't want anybody to miss anything. So we'll start in just a few more minutes. Yes, Samuel, I'm back stronger than ever. I got some good stuff too, y'all. All right, we're waiting on 3 more people. All right, I think that's everybody. I'm from Detroit originally too. Hey, D 313 in the house. We got a couple of Detroit people on here. All right, it looks like I have everybody in the room. So once again, we are going to get started. I am not going to hold y'all long. I'm gonna give y'all what y'all need to know, straight to the point. Of course, for y'all that know me, I'm big on the education part of it, but we are running out of time. I don't know what they doing up there in the de facto government, but what I do know is that we are running out of time. For y'all who know me, y'all know I've said it 1,000,001 times, we running out of time, and time is really dwindling down. I did the discharge class first because I know that is one of the issues that everybody is having. You need to get rid of these bills. We need to get rid of the bills. If we can get rid of the bills, then we can concentrate on everything else that needs to be done and that can be done as far as taking over our accounts. Yes, I do know how to take over our accounts now. I did not play these since I've been off since January. I have not played since January. I do know how to take over our trust accounts. But to get us there, let me get y'all with y'all bills first, okay? The email, if she purchased, it automatically went out. Pamela, Gumroad sent them out twice. It was an automatic. Pamela, you can go ahead and send it to her so that she can come on and get in. The only way she would have been able to purchase it is through Gumroad. I didn't have it anywhere else but Gumroad. There was no cash apps, there was no nothing, because that way I can communicate with everybody via an email. So the email went out to all the purchaser 1 hour before. Can you just send it to her? You can send her the link, that's fine. Okay, I am going to cut the chat off because the chat can be disturbing. I learned a lot from my last class. Everybody gonna stay mute. I'm cutting the chat off. Well, I'll cut it back on when we get to that part so people can stay focused on what it is and the information that I'm giving. Please don't think I'm being rude. For y'all that know me, y'all know I'm a straight shooter. For y'all who don't know me, y'all gonna get to know me. I'm gonna give y'all straight what it is that y'all need. I did run a class last year. I'm trying to do it different. I realized issues, mistakes. It was my first class. I don't want that to happen this time. I do understand that the chat can be distracting. And the only thing I want y'all to focus on how y'all gonna discharge these bills, okay? I'm gonna cut it off as soon as I figure out how. Oh, wow. Right. Okay, so we got everybody in the room. I'm gonna get my screen shared. And sis, let me know when my screen come up.
It's up.
All righty. Let me move this out of the way. I want this like really going all the way. Okay, I just had 2 more people come in. Hold on. Stop sharing for a minute. Hold on, sis. I don't want this up there. I want this gone. Like this was just not go hell away. Yeah, okay. All righty. Everybody can see it? Sis, can you see it?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay. All right, you guys. I titled this Discharge That Shit. Because at this point in time, it's time to discharge some shit. Okay. So I'm gonna give y'all just a little history. Not a whole lot. I don't keep y'all long. It's Friday, and I sure don't want to bore y'all. But I'm gonna make sure y'all have everything it is that y'all need to know. So the legal definition of discharge under banking, because we all know who've been in this for a minute, that depending on what title you're in, depending on if you're using a USC, a CFR, the definition could be different. So because we are dealing with the bank, we are going to be using banking terms. So the legal definition, the banking term, is debt discharge is the cancellation of a debt due to bankruptcy. When a debt is discharged, the debtor is no longer liable for the debt, and the lender is no longer allowed to make attempts to collect the debt. Due to the fact that the entire world has been up under bankruptcy since 1933, everything is supposed to be discharged. Technically, everything is discharged. The bank discharges every last one of our debts every single year. They do it quarterly, and then they have to turn in the previous year's forms by March the 31st of that next year. For example, all of the debt, car contracts, bills that you paid last year, they had to discharge that debt, filling out a 1099-C form through the Treasury Department by March the 31st. Unfortunately, because we have signed over fiduciary duties to the bank, if you look at any of your contracts, not only did it say you give them security interest, it also said that you can keep the proceeds. You don't believe me, pull one of your car contracts or pull your any contract. It will say that you gave them the option to keep the proceeds because you were not understanding or you didn't read it. We all know that they use different type of language on us to make it appear that we owe something that we truly don't. So everything is automatically discharged. Creditors cannot collect on discharged debts, period. It means that no one may make any attempt to collect a discharged debt from the debtors personally. For example, creditors cannot sue, garnish wages, assert a deficiency, that's your credit report where they're saying you're late, or otherwise try to collect from the debtor personally on any discharged debts. Creditors cannot contact you by the phone, mail, or on any otherwise in any attempt to collect the debt personally. Creditors who violate this order can be required to pay debtors damages and attorney fees. So for now, some of you that is on here that has been doing this for a minute, I know you're like, why is she saying the debtor and I am the creditor? We are the creditor. We are the creditor. We are the debtor. We're the beneficiary. We wear all of those hats. But in the same token, if the United States is responsible for all of the American people's debts, why do you want to be a creditor? Just ask yourself that. If they're responsible for all of the American people's debt, why do you want to be a creditor? There are certain circumstances where we are creditors. During the times that we are our creditors, that is like if we're in court, when we're signing the judge as fiduciary, okay? But when we're dealing with contracts, promissory notes, certificates of indebtedness, FRNs, AK floating rate notes, we are considered the debtor. So don't get confused, because I know you guys hear a lot, we are the creditor. And we are to an extent. In order for you to be able to understand how to move through their system, you need to understand what system they're operating out of. Everybody out of the Constitution, they rewrote the Constitution. The Constitution is not for us. Everyone uses the United States Code. I did at one point in time too. We're not up under the United States Code. We're not even up under the CFRs. We are up under the Emergency Banking Act of 1933. So why is always some type of emergency going on, whether it's Ebola, whether it's coronavirus, whether it's the sky ain't green, blue today, whatever. They keep us up under emergency in order for us to continue to be able to use the FRN. The FRN is only for the Board of Governors, and we are not the Board of Governors. The Board of Governors have 7 people that sit on that board, and it is not any of us. So if y'all ever heard somebody say you're the Board of Governor, you're not. We are actually considered an enemy of the state because we are using FRNs, and lawfully we're not supposed to. So when you hear the enemy of the state, Trading with the Enemy Act, that is why we are considered enemies of the state, because we are using FRNs and we are not securitizing the FRN. They have us calling it a Federal Reserve note because they say that on the top, and it is actually a floating rate note. We all know they like to play us with the terminology, with their wording, which is why it's so important to understand their terminology, their wording, so that you'll understand exactly what you're signing and what you're doing. So under the Emergency Banking Act, there are 5 titles that goes up under. If I was you guys, I would read it. I'm not going to read it to you. It would be a very good thing for you to read the Emergency Banking Act, because you need to know what game you're playing. You can't go to Uno with trump cards. You can't go to chess with checkers. So when you find out what game they're playing, you'll be able to join the game. This system was not created for us to beat it. You can't beat this system, but you can absolutely join it. There's nothing stopping us from joining it outside of a lack of knowledge, which I hope to give you guys today, and I hope you further it some after this call. So the Emergency Banking Act is where the authority was given to the comptroller. And if you guys notice, you got a comptroller of currency in every one of your states. We also have one up in Washington. It gave, the Emergency Banking Act gave the presidential authority through the banking crisis. There are 4 key players in this game, as I call it. You have us that sit at the head. You have the bank, which is the middleman, because the only way to get to the treasury is through the bank. Okay. So you got us, you got the bank, you got the treasury, you got the post office. For everybody that knows and don't know, the post office runs everything. The post office is the head of everything because the post office is owned and ran by the Queen. I don't even know if any of you guys have noticed, they started doing mail on Sundays the last 3 weeks. Okay. Because the post office is owned by the Queen, that is why their money orders are non-negotiable, because they are the direct connect to the Treasury. So the Emergency Banking Act is very important for you guys to understand. There's 5 little titles on there. I touched on them briefly. As I stated, the Board of Governors, they are the ones who run the Federal Reserve. It is 7 of them. The Federal Reserve System is not the government. They are a private company, no different than Walmart. That's it. They are the only ones that are lawful to be able to use Federal Reserve notes. Do anybody know that the national debt average, if I'm not mistaken, is $231 trillion right now? It's $231 trillion, but all of that money belongs to we the people. Every last dime of it. The reason why none of us have collected any of the national debt is because we are not using Wells Fargo, Chase, Navy Federal, whoever you bank with, you are not using them properly. The bank is not to deposit your money. The bank is to wire your securities to the Treasury to come back to you ×2. Okay. I'll reiterate again to why we are the enemy of the state. Only because the Board of Governors are allowed to use Federal Reserve notes. Federal Reserve notes are only supposed to be used during an emergency, which is why we're always in an emergency. And they try to keep it that way. So when I get to talking about the importance of terminology, we have to start using the proper terms. The green money in your pocket is an IOU that has no value. You're supposed to securitize it. You're supposed to take it to your bank and tell them to wire it to your TDA account, which we will go over how to get your Treasury Direct account. You are to use your Treasury Direct account in conjunction with your bank to wire your securities to the TDA, which is the Treasury. Once it goes through the Treasury then securitizes it. It has now protected your funds. For those that know about the CUSIP number, that is where the CUSIP number is developed at, through the Treasury. So if you do a transaction the proper way, let's just say it's your remittance coupon for your lights. You are to take it to the bank after you have opened up your Treasury account. And you are to say, hey, I need you to wire this to this account number. When you open up your Treasury account, it gives you wire instructions to take to your bank. to wire your securities. When I tell you that they gave us everything that we needed, which is why the title that I had listed for this particular class said no more affidavits, because we don't need an affidavit when they created every form that we need. They created the process that we needed. They just failed to tell us. So when we get to talking about securities, a security is a financial security as a document of a certain monetary value. It refers to stocks and bonds, which are negotiable, and they're also considered a common type of financial security. So you got equity securities. Those are like CDs and things of that magnitude. Then you have debt securities. The debt securities are your promissory notes, your monthly bills, your IOUs, which is the FRNs. Those are all considered debt securities. So when you start referring to your promissory notes and things, start referring to them as securities. Stop calling the bank a bank and call it for what it is. It is a securities transfer agent. So all this time, we all have been saying the government is stealing our money. It's the government. It's not. It's the bank. It's JP Morgan and Chase. It's Wells Fargo. It's Navy Federal. It's whoever you're banking with that is technically stealing from us. And they're paying off the government not to enforce the federal laws that they have put in place. So let's get to the good part. I told y'all I wasn't gonna give y'all a whole lot of history. I'm gonna absolutely tell y'all what you need to read, where you need to go to find it. I'm not gonna read it to you. I'm gonna give you straight what it is that you need to know. So us as consumers, how are we supposed to discharge debt? The system was designed to use our social security numbers to track the debt and discharge all debts using the banks as security transfer agents. Once again, we have all been using the banks inappropriately. Banks are used to transfer agents to wire our securities to the treasuries. So the securities can be used to discharge the public debt and all consumer debt. They have conditioned us to be scared of the IRS. They have been conditioned us to be scared of all these governmental entities that actually thanks us when we turn our debts we turn in our securities to them. So for example, when you take a promissory note and you deposit it into the bank, which you can, once you open your TDA account, your bank will transfer that security to the Treasury. The Treasury will then develop a CUSIP number that they can trade on the international auction that is on the Treasury Direct account. The Treasury thanks you for helping pay off the public debt by giving you back 2 times that amount. So if you have a promissory note that is $60,000, when it goes through the Treasury and it comes back to your bank account, it'll be $160,000. For those of us that have been doing this for a minute, with the opening up the trust accounts, because we're trying to hide our funds. I'm not going to say hide, well, securitize them, make them secure so that they can't take them. You don't have to worry about that if you use the bank properly. As long as it becomes securitized, you're fine. So not only do you get 2 times the amount back, now you also have that CUSIP number that you yourself can trade on your own TDA account that gains interest. If it's a regular like bill, those gain interest every 4 weeks, which is why you get a dividend check every 4 weeks. Because we all know, if you don't know, your lights, your gas, your water, that statement that you get with that check connected to it is a dividend check from the interest based off of the account. the top portion of that statement is actually the bond itself. So when you have people doing accepted for value, it's a check. What are you doing accepted for value for? You're supposed to deposit it. I know some people have tried to deposit their remittance coupons and they couldn't. You did not have the proper account open for them to wire your security, which is the TDA account. Okay. So there are 3 lawful ways that we can discharge our debts without having to write an affidavit or any of that. The first way, if you already have a promissory note, so this goes for a mortgage, it goes for a car contract, it goes for a rental lease, it goes for child support because that's also a contract. That contract is a security because it's an instrument. Your promissory note is an instrument to be deposited. We were not supposed to autograph it. We were supposed to endorse it like a check. So of course, if you got a car contract, you only have a copy of it. So now how do we turn that copy into a commercial sheet of paper so that it can be endorsed and turned in? You do that with bonding paper. So the first step on how to endorse your promissory note is that you're going to need to find the trustee and the indenture trustee. The trustee and the indenture trustee is going to always be a bank. Always. The Indenture Trustee Act of 1939, if I was you guys, I would look it up. That Trustee Act tells you as the beneficiary the lawful duties that you can tell the trustee to do on your behalf as the beneficiary. The lawful definition of beneficiary is the enjoyment of all wills, contracts, and trust. The only thing we're supposed to do is direct. That's it. So the first thing you want to do is find the trustee and the indenture trustee. You will be able to find them on the securityexchange.gov website. You will look for the 10K form or the 8K form. And I'm going to tell you now, they're not always easy to find. There's some people on this live that I had to make them look for one. One took, I think it took her almost 2 days. Another one took 24 hours. One was even about to cry because she could not find it. The securityexchange.gov, they have to list their trustee because every company is up under the Security Exchange Act of 1934. You might want to go read it. It'll tell you everything that they're supposed to do, including the discharge and the cancellation of every last one of our debts. Anybody who knows me know I'm a firm believer. You find their words and you use their words against them. So your first step is you're going to find the trustee under the security exchange. When you find the 10K form or the 8K form, you might want to scroll through the form. I personally will read it all because it even tells you in there that they have to cancel out the debts. But because we all know that a corporation cannot speak, which if some of you have been on here and you have sent affidavits and it was addressed to T-Mobile and they did not respond, T-Mobile can't speak. But under the security exchange, every company, every trustee has a representative at that bank that is over that account. If you scroll to the bottom of that form, you will find that person's name. You are to address that envelope directly to that person. The law states that if it's not addressed to an actual person, they don't have to respond to you. So for you guys who didn't send stuff and you wanted to default them because they didn't respond, well, if you didn't send it to a physical person, they lawfully do not have to respond. If you send it to a P.O. box, they do not lawfully have to respond. When you get this information off of their trustee form, it will even have their address on there. I always do a double search check through LinkedIn. And I also have another website that I use where I can pull up every company CEO's information as well. But make sure you address it to the physical person that is signed through the security exchange. The importance in that is only the person who is named as the trustee and the trustee indenture is liable for the fraud that is happening, that is liable for the cancellation of the debts. So when you guys call and you talking to the CEO or you talking to customer service, when I tell you they do not know what you're talking about, they don't. They're not lying to you. More importantly, if you were to take them to court, the only person that you can lawfully take to court is the trustee or the trustee indenture. Now, the indenture trustee will always be a trust bank, like Wilmington Trust. I'm sorry, guys, I'm sitting outside. Somebody was pulling their garbage can in. Like Wilmington Trust, you'll see Wilmington Trust a lot. You'll see Bank of Mellon, New York a lot. Wells Fargo got their hands in everybody's everything. They are considered the trustee because a trust can only deal with the trust. So the indenture trustee will be a trust bank because they are dealing with our trust, but the servicer will be a regular bank like Wells Fargo, Chase, Navy Federal, things like that. Okay. The second part, to endorsing your promissory note, you're going to reprint it on bonded paper. You can get the Southampton linen paper that's at least 30 weight or higher. Don't go past 32 because then you're getting like card stock. You don't want it that thick. You'll be able to find this paper at Walmart, Amazon, or any other office supply stores. You are going to reprint your contract on that bonded paper. Once you reprint it on the bonded paper, you are going to turn it over and endorse it like a check. So if the trustee bank is Bank of America, you're going to put pay to the order of Bank of America. You're going to go down like to the middle, not too far down in the middle of the back of the paper, and endorse it just the same way you do a regular check. Due to the fact that it's on commercial paper and it's a promissory note, and that is the only lawful payment that we as consumers have, that's your payment. When you sign your signature, you will sign it as the beneficiary signature, which is first name / middle name, semicolon, last name. That is how you sign a beneficiary signature. Now, the only thing that we are responsible for is the taxes. The taxes go to the Queen. The Queen can only take lawful funds. So what are lawful funds? The postage stamps, the 1 cent, 2 cent, 5 cent, 10 cent, $5, $10 stamps from the post office. I will make sure that everyone in here gets a copy. It will actually be in Gumroad. Get a copy of the UPU treaty. Now they have some current UPU treaties out, but everything that they're operating under is either from the 1800s or the early 1900s. They put the new ones out to kind of throw us off. When you put your stamps on your contract, you're going to put one in the lower right-hand corner on the front. You're going to put one lower in the right-hand corner of the back. Any contracts over 100,000 needs to have $15 worth of stamps on the contract. So you can split it up and put a portion on the front and a portion on the back. You need to get these stamps canceled out. I know some may have seen it be canceled out by you writing your name across it with the date. I don't do that. Take it to the post office. Tell them to cancel the stamp out. They will. If you take a stamp and put it on a napkin and tell them to cancel it out, they will. So you have endorsed, you have reprinted the contract on bonded paper. You have endorsed the contract like a check on the back. You have a stamp in the right-hand corner front, right-hand corner back. You have went to your post office and told them to cancel the stamp out. I will, like I stated, I will make sure that everyone has the UPU guide that'll tell you exactly how much needs to go on whatever instrument that you are sending. Now, when you go to mail this, by law, because you are mailing a security, it has to be sent registered mail. Not green cards, red and white. That is the law. That is why every company wanted you to go to paperless billing, because they are committing mail fraud. Because every security, AKA bill, has to be sent registered mail. When you send a document, registered mail, one, when you cancel out the stamp, you have now just made yourself postmaster. Okay. When you send it registered mail, now you just invoke the Postmaster General. The registered mail is so important that it actually sits on the mail truck in a clear lock box by itself. That security is also insured for whatever value the amounts of the security contained inside it. So let's just say you sent your contract to Alley Financial and they didn't do what they were supposed to. You know, you can now invoke the Postmaster General and they will have to pay you for whatever the value of you said that was in that package. That is why sending registered mail is so much better than green card. I never send anything green card. If you don't send it by the USPS, it has to be sent by mail that provides chain of custody. So that can be UPS or FedEx. Can also be used. I prefer using the post office so that I can invoke the Postmaster General if need be. That is all you have to do for any car contract, mortgage contract. Endorse it, stamp it, send it. Make sure you make copies of everything that you send, and everything will always go to the trustee, not the registered agent, not the CEO, not the PO box. It will go directly to the trustee. When you pull those trustee 10K, 8K forms, their physical address will be on there. Okay. So now let's just say you are sending a car contract. It's just not good enough for you to just be able to get it discharged off. Because whatever amount they say we owe them, they technically owe us, which is why the debt average is so high. So if you're sending your car contract to Alley Financial, I will also put an instruction sheet inside of the envelope. That instruction sheet will advise them to wire your securities through your TDA account. You open your TDA account under treasurydirect.gov. It takes about 5 minutes. You will have to connect your bank account to it. If by chance, when you go to open up your TDA account, if your credit report is locked, you might want to unlock it. If they're unable to verify you, because that is the Treasury, you will receive an email. Do not be alarmed. A few people have gotten it. It's just going to want to verify that you are who you are. If you run across that, do not fill out that form until you're at the bank. And you're going to have to find an institution that does medallion signature guarantee. Because those are Treasury forms, you cannot use a regular notary. The best bet is to go to Fidelity. PNC does it, Navy Federal does it, Bank of America does it. Wells Fargo no longer does it. Chase no longer does it. They actually got kicked out of the program. Fidelity don't give you any issues. When you get that medallion signature stamp, I will look at what color they gave me, because it now just ensured your signature, depending on which one you get. If you get a green one, it may be, I believe it's 10 million. So it just ensured your signature for $10 million. The form does tell you, do not get a regular notary. It does tell you that it has to be a medallion signature. When you go to the treasurydirect.gov to open up your account, matter of fact, hold on. I'll pull it up for you guys. Hold on 1 second. All right. Sis, can you see it? Okay, guys. So when you go onto Treasury Direct, if y'all want to go on there while I'm on here, because it literally will take you 5 minutes to open this account up. That way you can kind of navigate yourself around it. I'll give everybody a minute so that you guys can get on the Treasury Direct. I'm at capacity. I don't know how that happened, but I'm at capacity. So when you get to the treasurydirect.gov, you're going to go right here to where it says, hold on, let me move this out the way, guys. Okay. So when you're on the home page, you're going to go to individual. When you click individual, you're going to go over here to the left where it says open my account. When you get to this page here, you're going to go right here. course, you're going to want to read this. It's just telling you the things that you need to have in order to open the account. You will have to link your bank account. Whatever bank account you're going to be trading your securities through is the account that you want to attach to this account. When you get to this page, you're going to go down and go to apply now. Because we're only doing individual accounts at the moment, the individual box is already checked for you. Now, if you were doing your trust account, then you'll go down to trust. You're doing your living estate, you'll go there. If you are doing a treasury direct account for your business, you will pick whatever your business entity is labeled up under. Right now, we're only doing the individual of our straw man. Yes, you can have more than one account open. I have one up for my business. I have one up for me personally, and I have one open for my trust. So I can trade securities through every last one of these accounts. When you get to that part, just hit submit. Then you will put in your personal identifying information. Where it says give an account name, that is whatever you want to name your account. For a tax identification number, that will be your social security number. The rest of the information is your own personal information, and this is where you'll add your bank. You will check the box there and you will hit submit. It will give you your account number and an email immediately. That is how you open up your Treasury Direct account. There's a lot of useful information on the back of this page. There is also another spot that will tell you once you open up your account where it'll say sell securities, they will give you a routing number and your account number that you are to direct your bank to wire your securities through. Yes, and that does even include your green dollars. As we've been calling them Federal Reserve notes, they are actually floating rate notes. The reason they're called floating rate notes is because the rates float every single day. And when I say that the bank is getting over on us with that 0.1%, and the lowest amount that I've seen traded, oh wow, the lowest amount that I've seen traded is 4.52% on a daily average. Let me see. The 0% certificate of indebtedness. Please get familiar with this page. Understand what that means. So we all know that the banks is getting over on us, but we're trying to figure out how and nothing is being done. That is because our promissory notes are considered 0% certificates of indebtedness. 0% certificates of indebtedness do not have to be registered with the Security Exchange. This is how they're committing fraud without getting in trouble. They don't have to be registered. Not just that, every company is listed as a foreign limited liability company. What makes them foreign, let's say you open up your original business in Atlanta, then you go open up the same business in Maryland. Maryland is considered the foreign. You'll be considered a foreign limited liability company. It doesn't mean that they're in another country. So they count all of our promissory notes as 0% certificates of indebtedness. The good thing about that is that when you start depositing your promissory notes, it takes 24 hours for that 2 times the payout. It doesn't gain any interest on the promissory note, but it'll get paid out in 24 hours. So these people that's out here doing 1099 A's, We don't do the A's or the OIDs that end you in jail. And they talk about it takes 60 days. It does not. If it is done through the bank as it is supposed to be done through their electronic system, it will literally, it takes 24 hours for you to get a payout. Okay. So that's the Treasury Direct and how you open it. I got people waiting, but I'm at capacity. I don't know how I got into capacity. Somebody must be here, ain't supposed to, but hey, it is what it is. So that is how you use your promissory note to get your debt paid off. If you have a promissory note that you are sending, you're going to also add a 1099-C in the envelope with your promissory note. And I'm going to pull one up and show you guys the area that you are to fill out. Hey, come back. Okay, you guys see the 1099 that I have up? Okay, this is the only 1099 that I will tell you to touch. I don't do the A's, I don't do the OIDs. You guys can research it for yourself. People end up in jail. It is not for us to fill those forms out. But now the 1099-C, we can most definitely fill out. And you will send a copy to the company, send it to the trustee. Everything that you're sending will always go to the trustee. Always remember that. The trustee, the trustee, the trustee, because they are the only ones that the Security Exchange will go after. They are the only ones who have the lawful duty to process these 1099-Cs for making sure that we get our securities. Everything is on the trustee. So when you fill out one of these to put in your envelope, the creditor is not the United States Treasury. So for everybody who's been put in the United States Treasury, that is not what you fill out. The creditor will be T-Mobile, Ally Financial, whoever it is that you got the credit from. That's where the creditor's name go. You will also get their EIN number along with the postal treaty. I will send you guys the master list that I have. I cannot promise you every name is on there, but I got the majority of all of the company's EIN number. I would also still double verify that that number is still correct, because we know they like to change stuff, but that is an updated list. So you will put their name and information there, their EIN number there. If you can't find it, leave it blank. Direct them to fill it out. But here you will put your social security number. You will put your name there, your address, city, state, zip, whatever the account number is goes there. The date of the identifiable event, if it's a car contract or a house contract, you know what day you bought your house on, put it there. If you do not know what goes there, leave it blank, direct them to do it, because the bank will be the one who is actually filling out this form. Trust and believe me, they already filled it out because they had to March 31st. You putting it in the envelope is to let them know that you know that it was supposed to be discharged and that you were actually supposed to receive copy B of this. The amount to be discharged, I always leave blank because we really do not know. So like when you go get a car, even though your paperwork might say it was $92,000, they actually went off of the original OID, which was the sticker window. And then they sold it for a discount. So we really don't know what the amount is, not unless you are doing this for a credit card bill, monthly bills that you currently pay, I will call them or I will download and I will add up every bill that they charged me for from January to December, plus the amount that you paid. And that is the number that I will put there. For the debt description, if it's a light bill, gas bill, student loans, or whatever it could be, you will write that there. If it's a car, you'll write the VIN number. If it's a home, you'll write mortgage, and you can write the land info that's on your mortgage contract, or you could just say mortgage contract. Box number 5, absolutely make sure that you click, because you are the debtor that is personally liable for the repayment of this debt. The identifiable event code, we don't know. That is some inter-office things that they have going on. Leave it blank. The fair market value of the property, leave it blank. In your instruction sheet, you are to advise them to properly remit your 1099-C so that you can properly do your tax return, because all cancellations of debt is supposed to go on our 1040s. You are to also instruct them to send you your copy, which is this copy, for the debtor, that they are to provide you with a copy of it and documentation showing that they have transmitted it over to the treasury. You can also print out your credit reports. Go down your credit report and do a 1099-C for everybody on your credit report. Stop getting all of this stuff removed off of your credit report and then you have no credit score. Yes, do I know we don't need a credit score? No, we don't. But we have to learn the ability to live in the public while living privately. So sometimes you might still have to sit down at the table with these people to get what it is that you want to turn around to send a 1099-C. I have a gentleman now actually went and got a car. The same day he got his car, he sent them people a 1099-C. Within a week, they updated his credit report to 84 payments paid as agreed, and it shot his credit score up 100 points. And he had just got it because he immediately sent them the 1099-C. Any debt over $600 has to be discharged because of the bankruptcy that the whole world is up under. So if it's over $600, they will get a 1099-C. You want an 800 credit score real quick, print your credit score, your credit report out, and do a 1099-C for everybody, whether it is student loans. But now make sure you go the extra mile and tell them to now deposit your security in your TDA account. Okay? So if you owe $100,000 of student loans, you're going to get $200,000 back. That is the way that they created the system. I didn't come up with this. I just figured out how their system works, and this is how it does work. Okay? So that's the one discharge. I feel bad. I got 5 people waiting, but I'm at capacity. They waited too late. Okay. So that's the 1099 discharge process. So we went over opening up your treasury account, the importance of opening it. And for us that's been doing this a long time, I know y'all like, wait a minute, is that it? Yeah, it's really that simple. When I actually figured out their system, I kicked myself a couple times. I've been at this for 10 years. I don't know how many affidavits. Have I gotten a lot of results? Yes, because I don't pay bills now. None of my cars are registered now. But when I tell y'all, I had a lot of nights writing them affidavits and getting no's and having to do it over. When I learned their system and started using the bank properly, I don't even go to the regular banking side any longer. They're going to send you to the private banking side. I'm going to give you a private banker. You will do everything through that banker when you set yourself up properly. Okay. So once again, you're just going to locate the EIN for the creditor. You're going to fill out your portions for the debtors information only. You're going to add up the full amount, current bills or promissory notes, throw it on that 1099-C, send a letter of instruction to make sure that they run your security through your TDA account, not unless you don't want your money back and you just want it to be discharged. You don't have to do the treasury step. That's totally up to you. This is your life, your trust. But I'm going to make sure that you have all your options. Okay. The next way to discharge is through an international bill of exchange. Because everything that we are doing is international, the International Bill of Exchange is authorized under the UPU Treaty, which is the Postal Treaty. You can create your own International Bill of Exchange to pay your bills with. I will make sure that you guys have a copy of what one look like. You can Google what a copy of one look like. Just make sure that it says International Bill of Exchange, not just a regular bill of exchange. A bill of exchange is a kind of paper in order that its holder shall entitle the debtor named in the document to pay a certain amount of payments. The bill of exchange represents a means of payment and an instrument of providing the payment. So the bill of exchange have a dual role. It's the payment and it's an instrument, because remember, we are only allowed to use instruments to pay off our debt. It is an unconditional order given by the drawer to the drawee to pay a certain amount to the payee listed on the bill of exchange. The bill of exchange is generally a paper on the orders, but it can be issued as value paper to a name. What it means by that is you can take a commercial piece of paper like that Southampton linen paper, create a bill of exchange, and make it out to the name of a bank. Okay. Whatever amount you put on that bill of exchange is between you, your God, and that bank. But when I send you guys the banking dictionary, which I am going to send you, you will see that it says that if a customer brings you a bill of exchange, international bill of exchange, you have to credit their account for that amount. So once again, whatever amount that you put on that bill of exchange is between you, your God, and that bank. Now I'm a go big, go home type person. And that's all I'm gonna say. It is such a promissory note where the issuer becomes a clause not by order. The bill of exchange, through it, appears as a means of payment and an instrument for securing the payment. It also appears as a means of international payment because the bill of exchange can become a modern instrument of crediting in payment. Because the banks are using a credit transfer system when it comes to our securities. This is why the International Bill of Exchange is the highest level of an exchange. So for an example, you went to the car lots. You got a purchase order. You found the trustee. You signed the purchase order like a check, and you sent them a bill of exchange with it. I think y'all know the rest. You can take up a bill of exchange, create one, take it to your bank, and tell them to deposit it. They will take it. If you don't want to always put your postal stamps on any of your contracts, But as a second guarantee, you can add in an additional international bill of exchange. This is something I wanted to say. When you are doing the 1099-C process, in your instruction letter, you make sure you request that they give you back your tender. Make sure you use the word tender because you have sent them the wrong tender. You sent them an IOU, and by law, you have actually not paid your bill. So I get a little sarcastic sometimes with these people, and I be like, oh my goodness, I just realized that I have not truly paid you. So here's your payment with the promissory note, and I need you to run back all my FRNs, my floating rate notes, however you want to call it. They do give it back to you. Okay. I will make sure in the file section, I'm gonna see if I can make this a little bigger. Hold on. This is an example of a international promissory note, an international bill of exchange. You can make it negotiable or non-negotiable. Just know that if it's negotiable, the bank is going to sell it. And that's fine. Let the bank sell it as long as you tell them to make a beeline in your TDA account, okay? Whatever you do to the bank, make sure they beeline to your TDA account so that you can get 2 times the amount. You can stop being an enemy of the state, okay? And you can enjoy the fruits of your labor as a beneficiary, okay? The third way, and I don't know what happened to the PowerPoints on that one. So the third way to discharge your debt. Everybody knows that if they say they have a lien on you by law, it has to be listed under the UCC lien. Okay. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull. Anybody on here got a car note right now or anything that you got to pay? Okay, I'm gonna unmute you, okay? Hey, Mo. I can't hear you. Okay, we can hear you now.
Can you?
Yep, I can hear you now. Nope, I can't hear you no more.
How about now?
Yes, I can hear you now. How are you?
I'm doing well. Greetings, everybody. Am I going in and out? Oh, thank you. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. It's just a
Now
little
you can hear
choppy.
me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, great.
Okay. So you have a current car note?
I do.
Perfect. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me pull up something. I want to show you guys something, okay?
Okay.
Give me 1 second. What state are you in?
I'm in California.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I don't know where it is.
Okay, so you're in California. Give me 1
Yes.
second. I'm gonna share my screen again. Oh, I can't let you in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can't let you in. Somebody gave up my. As usual. Can I have your first and last name if you don't mind?
It's Monique Miller.
And you have a current car note, and they say that they got a security on you, right?
It's Monique.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Miller.
Yes.
You
Oh.
see that? What that say? Did I spell your name right?
Yes,
So that's your name, right?
it is.
And you're in California, right?
Uh-huh.
And they say they got a lien on you, right?
Well, they just like saying, I got the card, the contract right here. Here for the card. So,
Oh, yeah. Guess what? The law says, if it ain't in the UCC system, because we are up under the UCC laws, they don't have a lawful security against you.
wow.
So now you say, what's my next step?
Yes, what's my next step?
All right, then. And
Yes,
this goes
ma'am.
for anybody on here. You have to look in your particular state. It has to be in your state, wherever. If you moved, if you got the car in Florida and you moved to Atlanta, you got to go look in Florida, okay? When this pops up, and I'm telling y'all that it will, because the liens for everything, guys, was 21 days. They put them in the system long enough for the social, for the deeds office or the Secretary of State or the DMV to put a lien on your title. You're going to order a certified copy of this from your state. There is a way that you can order it either online or over the phone, or if you're close to your Secretary of State in your state, physically go down there and say, hey, I just need a UCC 11. It's called the UCC 11 search, and you're going to give them your name. They're going to give you back a document certified that shows exactly what you see on this screen. None. Okay. As soon, if you go down there and do it, as soon as they hand you the document showing you that you have no liens, you take that car contract with you. The law says, and the Secretary of State website in every state says, because I checked, that you can right then under oath say that the debt has been paid. They will release your liens from the DMV. If it's a car, from the deeds office, they will release it. You can do it physically down there, or you can do it, and at that point you would have to write an affidavit. I ain't writing no more affidavits, but you can. And then you can mail it in. Because you know that there is no liens on your property, everybody lien your own items. Okay? You go back into the same UCC system. I'm gonna show you. Every state is different when it comes to the price. I always do one in my own state, and I also do one in New York, because New York is the head of all states. New York is the head of every last state. That's why the stock market is there, the UN is there, everything is there. I also filed it there, because once you file it there, it goes everywhere, including the paydex system. Okay. So let me show you Supreme Beam. I'll get to you in one. I'll get to questions in 1 minute. I promise y'all I'm gonna get to everybody question, because I know y'all got them. So when you go to lien your own items, let me show you guys how to do a UCC. You'll go, so I'm on California.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll go down to file a lien. You will be filing a UCC 1. Theirs in California is very cheap. It's $5. I'm waiting for it. Okay. Of course, it's gonna try to make me sign in. Isn't that something? Let's see how long it's gonna take me to make an account real quick. And you can do this for all of your property. House, car, kids. If you guys continue with me, when I show you guys how to take over your accounts, you're gonna have to do one anyway. Because as I stated, I have figured out how to take over every last one of our accounts. So you have to do a UCC then, but if you are in the process of discharging your car and your house right now, I would say go ahead and do this UCC. Let's see. I would normally read that, but for time constraint, I'm not. So for the consent for the submitter information, it will always be you. Okay. Organization name, you don't have to put anything. You can put your phone number and your email address. Okay, so now for debtor. Okay, now when you do the submitter, that will be you in your upper lowercase. The debtor will be the all caps. So you make sure you write it in the all capital letters. Okay, put the address and all that good stuff in there. And you'll get down to the secure party. That's where you'll put a name in. You'll put it, the secured party is the all caps. So you'll put that there. And I will make sure you guys have a UCC example for you guys who've never filed one. I will make sure you guys have an example as well. Now for the collateral, this is where we wanted to get to. If you're holding it in trust, you'll put the trust. But right here under the description, in your case, Ms. Monique, you will put the VIN number, the make and the model. If you have a registration or any of that, put that in there as well. You're gonna now lien your own items because there's no lien on them at all. So lien your own stuff, okay? Once you lien it, nobody can. Now, the reason that the lien is gone, number one, all liens are temporary for 21 days so that they can commit fraud. Number two, only the original creditor can lien you. Once they transfer that note, and trust and believe me, they transferred it before you got out of that seat. If you read your contract, it tell you that you give them the right to transfer it. Once it's transferred that first time, that's it. Nobody else can lien it on that side, but you can lien it. So make sure you lien your property. Okay, guys.
So I do this after I go to the treasurer. I could do this right now.
Oh, no, you can do that right now.
Got it.
I tell you guys, before you go down to the Secretary of State, lien it. Because what it'll show is that it's a lien there, but the only person that has lawful right to the security of it is you.
Got it.
Okay, that's just like if you guys move on and decide to take over your accounts, you're gonna lien everything. For you guys that know, that says that Congress said that every card is a credit card, yeah. So if you got a library card, it's a credit card. If you got a CVS card, it's a credit card. You know why? Because every company has an indenture trustee, and that is the bank. So that is how they said that every card is a credit card, because they know that every company is backed by a trust bank and a regular bank, which is all backed by the FDIC. So for y'all who think that the government is holding your trust, it ain't the government, it's the FDIC. The FDIC created a process, which will be coming soon, for you to take over those accounts. And it's very simple, and it takes 3 days. Okay? And I want to help y'all now get rid of your current stuff so that you'll have time to sit down and do it. So that is the third and final way to lawfully, based off of their rules, not Tamika's rules. This is their rules. And y'all ain't heard me say not an affidavit once. I was not playing when I say the day of the affidavit of truth is over. It's over. Okay? So y'all 1099-C every single company. Fill out your portion, send it in. They direct them. You guys are the beneficiary. Stop saying the creditor, beneficiary. Beneficiary. We are to have the enjoyment of all wills, trusts, and contracts. That is Congress' definition of beneficiary. So for those of us that's been in it for a minute, we so used to saying we the creditor, scratch it. That's why my name on TikTok is Life of the Beneficiary. We are the beneficiaries. And what I'm going to do is to show y'all how to live like a beneficiary. And as beneficiaries, all we do is direct. We tell them what to do, how to do it, when to do it, which is why it's important that the Indentured Trustee Act of 1939, you guys read it. That is your playbook on what you can tell them what to do. They gotta follow it, because when y'all pull those trustee forms, you're gonna see at the top where they said in compliance with the Securities Change Act of 1934, in compliance with the Indentured Trustee Act of 1939, in compliance with the Emergency Banking Act. That is why I've given you guys those. So for everybody that's reading Title 15, throw it away. Keep it in your back of your memory bank. You don't need it. You don't need it. You don't need TILA, because guess what? Even though TILA says that they in violation, guess what we did? Just like Miss Monique in that contract, she got in her hand, she signed it. She said she understood it. You can't be an Indian giver and go back now and say, oh, you defrauded me. No, you didn't read it, you didn't understand it, you gave it to them. That's why it don't work. Accepted for value don't work because it's a check. You supposed to deposit it. You only can deposit it if you got a TDA account open. For those of us that's been doing this a while, I know y'all like that just cannot be it. Oh, it absolutely is it. It is one of the most easiest processes that I have done. Because for y'all that know me, no, I don't bring y'all nothing that I have not tried and tested first. I ain't bringing y'all what I think I know. I'm bringing y'all what I know not know. It works. That is because that is their system that they put in place, but they didn't tell us. So the Emergency Banking Act of 1933, get yourself familiar with it. The Indentured Trustee Act of 1939, get yourself familiar with it. The Trading in the Enemy Act. I already told y'all how to stop being an enemy by using your bank to transfer your securities, and you get it back times 2. So for anybody on here that ever took their remittance coupon to the bank and they say, oh, we can't do that, that's an international transfer. Well, it will be, because we are all foreign to the United States, and the Treasury is in the United States, which is the 10 square miles of the District of Columbia. So it would be a foreign transfer. Okay. So you got your 1099-C. You got your International Bill of Exchange. And you have your Secretary of State. All 3 have worked. No pushback, no flack. It worked. Make sure that whatever you're doing, you lean it. Lean back, way back on it. Lean your items. And that is how you can lawfully discharge your debt. Endorse the contract if you got one. That's it. Make sure you put your stamps to pay the taxes, because guess what? We have to keep our hands clean at all times, regardless to what they're doing. We got to keep our hands clean. So as long as you keep your hands clean, regardless of whatever they do, you're going to be okay. Okay? So you got your 1099. You got your international bill of exchange. And as I said, you know, if it was me, I would put a nice little number on there, you know, once I got my TDA account set up, and, you know, I'll take that to the bank and say, hey, because y'all going to have the banking dictionary to back up them having to deposit that international bill of exchange. And whatever amount you put on there, between you, your bank, and your God. But know that they give you no pushback with those international bill of exchanges, because you just brought revenue into the bank. And then don't forget that, let's just say you did one for $1 million, and that's being modest. Remember, they got to shoot it through the TDA, so now you got 2. And don't forget, that's going to develop a QSIP number. And then now you're trading your QSIP number through the international auction on the Treasury. So now let's talk about our babies. When I say that these people gave us everything that we needed, when y'all go on that TDA Treasury account and open up y'all accounts, there is one for you to open up for your minors. So when the Bible says leave an inheritance for our children, this is what they were talking about. So you open up a minor's account for your child. You will be over the minor's account. The securities that is held within that minor account has to stay in that account for that child until that child is 18. So every security you put through your account, you can then take and put through your child account and make sure that your child is well off on their 18th birthday, because then it will transfer over to them. Okay. So I will open up for questions. LaCora, that's my sister. Y'all see her up there. She's also my admin. That's my sister. We will do it by a raise of a hand process. Yes, it has been recorded. Yes, everybody that's in here will get a copy of the recording, as well as examples of international bill of exchanges that you will be able to use. You will get the banking dictionary. I'll even put a reminder, or I may even throw the PDFs in there for the Emergency Banking Act, the Trustee Act, and how to find a trustee, because they're not easy. I've been doing it for a minute, so I can pull them up kind of quickly. I know you guys are going to need some help there, so I'll try to assist as much as possible. I am putting a Excel spreadsheet together with all of the trustees' information on there that will also be available to make it easier for everyone. So I'll just ask that you limit your questions to not so many, so that everybody can get through. We do have 97 people on the call, and I want to make sure that I can get to everybody. For y'all that was in my class before, I know y'all like, is she done already? Because we used to be on this phone for 4 or 5 hours. Guess what? When they created a process for us, it don't take that long, because every document that y'all see I pulled up is theirs outside of the International Bill of Exchange, but we're all private bankers, so we're able to use that. Okay, so let me figure out how I unlock this so I can get some questions in. So we got some hands raised. Shan, you can unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm really enjoying your presentation today. I'm learning so much. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome. I wanted to ask you, I'm gonna start with the big bill of exchange. Do you just walk in the bank with this for document and sit down with them and hand it to them? Is it that easy?
It depends on what you're using. It depends on what you're using the bill of exchange for. Okay. You would definitely have to go sit down with a private banker.
Mm-hmm.
You want to make sure that your TDA account is open. Me personally, I sent everything register mail.
You send what now?
I sent everything registered mail
Oh,
when I
register,
did mine.
yes.
Correct, because I wanted to make sure that it got to the proper person. Because remember, the low people that's at the buildings that we can physically walk in and talk to, they have no idea what we're talking about. So I
Okay.
always send it to the heads so that they can get it. But I'm also in the process of taking over my accounts, so mine is done just a little bit differently. But yes, I will look up whoever the collateral securitized person for Bank of America or whatever bank, and you will send it directly to them. Make sure you send it.
Collateral. To the collateral securitized person.
Correct.
Okay, for my bank. Yes, and I do bank with you.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
You're welcome.
and so when you had went to the liens, when you went to the liens page, you were filling out some of those line items.
Mhm.
You had wrote the debtor in all caps and the secure party in all caps. I've heard it, I've seen it done way different than that. Can you explain that part? Because what I had learned was that the secured party is the creditor and not the debtor. Am I?
Correct. And you are absolutely correct. I'm going to actually put in a rough draft of a copy in there for you guys. It'll
Okay.
be in the packet that everyone on the call will get. It will be coming an email. It'll come from Gumroad. And it'll be within that packet. It will be an example in there, but you are absolutely correct.
Okay, so that is correct.
Yes, ma'am. Just make sure that when you're doing the 1099s, that you don't put yourself as the creditor. You put whatever company it is, and you're always the debtor. But when you're leaning your own items, yes, that is the correct.
Okay, so when we're doing like the 1099-C, we are the debtors.
Yeah,
That's
that is
you know
correct.
that's the okay, because that is something that I have not seen anywhere on any platforms. They've always said that you could
That
either
that
the
they,
treasury.
and I'm gonna tell you what happened to their forms.
Okay.
And I can show you this on the IRS website. It went to
Okay.
the privilege department for them to start doing a criminal investigation. And I will show you where it says it on the IRS, what happens to it. They may even allow your first couple 1099As and OIDs to go through so that you can get the money, so that they can
Okay.
put the fraud against the government on you. There's a young lady right now in federal court for using those 1099As and OIDs because they are not for us to process. And for those people that have now processed the one this year, so but it went through, they didn't even realize that the government actually changed their system to where the companies have to use one particular system now with a certain code that only the company has to even transmit them. And I feel very bad for everyone who jumped on that bandwagon and did it because they're going to jail.
Yeah, because I was about to jump on the bandwagon and put the creditor as what is it? Um, what did I say? The creditor
Yeah,
is
the
the
creditor as
corporation.
the United States Treasury.
Yes, that's what I had because those are the only examples that I have seen where the creditor is the treasurer.
And they're not. And see, this is where a lot of people messed up at. Is because they
Okay.
want to keep saying, I'm the creditor, and to a certain point you are. But that's not how the transaction went. So let's just talk about a car contract. When you went in there to get that car, when the finance man went in the back, when they called the bank to fund you, the car dealership asked for that money. So then the bank said, well, what do you have as collateral? They say, well, I got this Shan out here that's about to sign this promissory note that once it mature in 9 months, it's worth this much. So you actually co-signed for the dealership to get that loan. So whatever place you went to would be the creditor and you would be the debtor. And then just think about 18 USC 8. where it says the United States is responsible for all the debt. It didn't say credit, it said debt.
Mm,
You want to be the debt.
mm.
The only time we're the creditor is when we're in court.
Is
Because
when
we
we're in
sign the
court.
court as the fiduciary. Everybody put Janet Yellen name down as fiduciary. She is not. She is just one of the board of governors. It is the bank, the bank, the bank, the biz ain't the bank. It is the bank.
Wow. Wow, this is really great because I'm telling you, I was on the way to filling these out as far as the A's, and I was gonna do the exact opposite from what's been shown, which is the U.S. Treasury as the lender on one, and then myself as the lender on another one, depending on what type of transaction is happening. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Well, the universe aligned with you right on time because they didn't want you to do that. And I don't want to see nobody in jail, and everybody who know me on my page, I have putting up the proof from the IRS saying that you're going to jail and all the cases. So anybody that I can stop that process and have you do it right is a blessing. So no, you don't do it that way. Now there is a way that you can go back and get your money. And as I stated, they make us scared of these companies.
Yes.
Every company has an EIN number. Every company you're doing business with has you listed as an employee up under that EIN number, but they're not paying taxes. So you can actually use the IRS, fill out a W-4 like you worked for T-Mobile because they got you down like you did, and tell the IRS, hey, I'm not exactly sure the right amount. Can you fix this? The IRS will actually audit that account, your account, for you, get your money for you. They'll charge you 18%, and in 3 weeks, they'll deposit the money into your account. Because every company that you deal with, I don't care who they are, has you listed as an employee.
Wow. So you can do this in addition to the 3 different forms that you gave us for discharging debt.
Yes, ma'am, you can. And they will go in and
Standalone.
yes, ma'am. And what it is you'll just do a W-4 for whatever account that you have. So I don't know how many accounts you got, but however many accounts that you have, you will do a W-4 like you work for them. And then you will add up all of the amounts that you have sent them because you only estimating. You will tell the IRS to do the rest. They will actually audit the account. Because when I say the queen is no respect of a person and she want her money from everybody, and these companies are evading taxes, they will happily audit that account for you. I believe it's for 18%. They take 18% of the money and then they'll deposit the rest to you. Yes, ma'am.
Wow. And
They can see the
thank you
account.
so much.
If you're gonna, I'm so sorry, y'all. We're gonna limit the questions,
Sure.
because we got like over 90 people in here. So we're gonna limit the questions. Y'all ask her one question, because we got.
You're
other people that got
welcome.
questions. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Let's see. We got Fate.
Oh, Fate. No, Empress next, sister.
Oh, Empress next. Okay, I'll let you do that part, dear. Go ahead.
Okay. Empress, how are you, love?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm fine.
All right. So my question is, shoot, I'm trying to pick one. I wrote it down. All right, I'm gonna do lease agreement. Okay, so I know she said that you're gonna print it out on bond paper. But you have it where as though now that they are having you sign them electronically, right? So I'm gonna go to them because I'm in my current lease, but I know like the renewal is coming up or whatnot. So I would just have them give me the lease via paper in my hand, and then I would go.
They because most people are using like that Rent Cafe or something, even though you signed electronically, because that's the new electronic law. You are able to print out your lease. Just print it out on bonding paper.
Got you.
Yeah, you should be able to look in your back office and pull your lease out off of your online portal. Now I'm gonna tell you with that one, with your leases, it is 50 cents worth of stamps, pays up to 3 years of your lease. If it's a corporate landlord, it has to be a corporate landlord, someone who has access to the treasury window.
It is.
Yeah, you endorse it the same way, and you put 50 cents worth of stamps. for all of your payments that you paid last year. You're gonna put all of that on a 1099-C because they've already done it. And you're gonna direct them to give you all of your money back. And if you're smart, you'll tell them to run that security, which is your lease, through your TDA account so you can get 2 times the amount. But 50 Cent does pay that is up to a 3-year lease. It is in the UPU treaty that I'm going to make sure that everyone has a copy of, because everybody needs the right UPU treaty. I think people are using like the 2000. No, we got to go back to 1883.
I really appreciate it. I wish I could ask this other question because the lady that was answering questions before, her UCC question confused me. I had it right, but when she asked the question, I was like, okay, now I'm confused.
Go ahead. I'll let you go ahead. Go ahead.
So the UCC on the secured party, it's supposed to be put in all caps, but the secured party as a creditor would be the name of the actual company, not our name in all caps.
No. You're leaning your own stuff. So your uppercase, lowercase is leaning everything that your straw man is. That way you are the first party that if something happens, you'll get paid before anybody.
Okay, so the submitter is uppercase, lowercase.
Right, the submitter be uppercase, lowercase, who's ever submitting the document. Okay.
And the debtor is all caps.
Correct.
Our all caps name. And then the secured party is also
your uppercase, lowercase.
Oh, shoot.
And
Okay.
Nobody's a secure party creditor. You're either a secure party or you're a secure creditor. I'm so tired of people, not you guys, saying secure party creditor. There is no such. You're either going to be a secure party or you're going to be a secure creditor. They have 2 different definitions. I will look them up.
Thank
So if
you.
y'all get somebody that say they're a secure party creditor, tell them they ain't no way, ain't no such, because it's not. It's either secure party or secure creditor.
I appreciate y'all.
Not a problem at all. And I'm gonna make sure I leave an email or do like a form or something. If you guys got questions that you can send them, and just y'all will have to give me like 24 to 48 to 72 hours to respond. But I think I'll set up something for you guys to be able to ask me questions that way.
And Empress, and just for everybody, Tamika is absolutely correct. I'm looking at the UCC financing statement right here. It says secure party's name, not secure party creditor, when you fill it out. All right, Amy BDC. I can't unmute her. Oh, there she goes.
Am I okay? Okay, I too have a few questions, but this one is really quick. What if the contract, like Monique's contract, was kind of on that weird paper? Like, how do we get that transferred onto bond paper?
Just put the bonding paper in your printer, or you can go up to FedEx. You can go to like FedEx and say, hey, I got my own paper, and they'll put the paper in there and you just print it out, just like you do in a regular copy.
Okay.
Yep. Or you can scan it into your computer and then print it out that way too. Okay,
that makes sense. Okay, and then we're leaning the birth certificate and social security card and all that stuff.
Now that is done when you're in the process of taking over your account, which I guess I'll do a class on that, on how to take over your accounts. But if you are just like in a car contract,
this is just commercial contracts.
Correct. That's for the commercial contracts. If you're into one like right now and you're trying to discharge something, I would definitely add it on there. And then when we get to the portion where you're leaning everything, then you'll just do an amended, which is the UCC 3.
Okay.
Add it on there as well.
Okay. And I have my last question is, you said on Friends-in-Law like a while back that there was a way that you could give back your driver's license and registration and get private tags. How do you do that?
It is absolutely, you can. Any contract that you sign, you can turn back in. So you would just write up a letter rescinding and the driver's license. Okay. I will get a certified copy of my motor vehicle report because they are selling your information. But I'm gonna be honest with you, that's an account you can take over too. And that account probably got millions of dollars in it. Okay. So you can't take that account over. So I know the next question would be well, what am I supposed to drive with? you can get the international driver's license.
I have one of those, but I need plates for my vehicle.
Why?
I don't know.
Is it registered to the state?
Not yet, no.
Don't register. Mine's not registered. Neither one of mine are.
Okay.
I've never registered my vehicles to the state, and I actually have my MCO title.
Oh yeah, I don't have that.
I have access to those. Anybody that needed, y'all reach out to me. I do have access to the MCO titles to be able to give you, which is the highest title to your vehicle.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I
You're more than
appreciate your
welcome.
time.
Tamika, can I ask Amy a question real quick?
Mhm.
Amy,
Yeah,
you said you have an international license.
I do. Yeah.
How is it working out for you?
I tried to use it the other day when I got pulled over and the cop was not happy with it. He was like, just give me your driver's license. It'll make this easier. And I was like, you don't need my license, but I wasn't driving my own vehicle. I was like working. And so I just gave him my driver's license since I was operating in commerce. And he gave me a ticket, but I'm still going to get rid of it. I mean, I'm not going to pay the ticket.
Yeah, with tickets, just get a certified copy of the case, put 10 cents stamp on it and return it. The case is over because it's actually a tax crime. Now, when it comes to the international driver's license, because you do have one, you're going to have to turn in the other one.
Yeah.
You can use your international driver's license in commerce. It's international.
Okay.
Okay. Just make sure you carry, so you have the full booklet that is in all different languages, as well as the plastic international license. So you have the permit and the license, correct? Because you have to have both.
Yes.
Okay. So because you have both, you rescind. When you rescind your regular driver's license, you're going to send it to the head of the DMV and the head of the DOT.
Of my state.
Yes, of your state.
Okay.
And I will also send a copy of it to the Department of State in New York.
Okay.
And just resend it. Anything that we sign, we can unsign. The reason that he wanted you to give your regular driver's license because he had no jurisdiction over you.
Right, exactly.
They only get jurisdiction when you got the regular license, but if you do a copyright of your name and do a copyright notice and you send it to everybody, the Attorney General, the Governor, the DMV, the DOT, all of the clerk of courts, you send them that, you're actually put on the do not detain list. And when they go to pull you over, even if you give them a regular driver's license, it'll say access denied, restricted. And that is how you get put on the do not detain list.
Okay, it's to copyright my name.
Yep, copyright the name and do a copyright notice. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
You're welcome. And just make sure you write down your driver's license number and stuff. So when you go to take over that account, you'll have the account number.
All right, Victoria. Victoria, how are you?
Actually, that is not my name. For some reason, I don't know why my soon-to-be ex-wife is on here. But anyway, that's another story for another day.
Make sure you take over that. Make sure you take over that account too. The number on your marriage license, that's an account too. Take that over too.
Take it over?
They trading on it. Why not?
Oh shoot, I didn't know that. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
First of all, thank y'all. Bless your life. Bless you.
I'm sorry, sis, unmute him for me. I'm so sorry.
My bad. My question was, do you have to authenticate your birth certificate in the state and the national level before you can discharge these debts?
No. Okay, so this is my question to you. How long you been signing for your straw man?
Since I could write.
So did you need something authenticated?
Nah.
Did you need it authenticated to get in them contracts?
No, I didn't.
There you go.
The reason why I asked that because I actually have 3 copies of my certified copies of my birth certificate. That's what I was about to do, was authenticate my birth certificate on the state and federal level.
When you get ready to want to take over that account for your birth certificate, you want to make sure that they authenticate it. Most people don't tell people that there's 2 more steps after you get it back from the federal. You have to do the Minnesota 220 rule. And you also have to do a certification of ownership because we are all still listed as minors, which is why they're doing what they're doing. Once you do the certificate of ownership and the Minnesota 220 rule, you now own the birth certificate and everything attached to it, which means the GMEI utility accounts, you are no longer a minor in the system. So those are the last two steps. For anybody that's on here that is already authenticated, you want to look up the Minnesota 220 rule and do it. Then you want to do a certificate of ownership as well. You want to get that on the record and you want to put it in the newspaper for 4 weeks.
In the newspaper 4 weeks. Okay. I haven't even started the process yet. I just got my birth certificate. So I really appreciate you giving me that information.
Not a problem at all. Make sure you get it done on the state level, then do the federal level.
Okay.
And then do the Minnesota 220 once it come back. The Minnesota 220 and the certificate of ownership.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Ty Grigg. Is he muted? Ty Grigg?
I just asked him to unmute. He might be having some technical difficulties. We'll come back to him. You can go to the next person.
Minya Bay?
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so
She went back muted.
sorry. I don't know how that happened, but I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, so I have a big car note. Like I have a Porsche, but I got it because my credit was really good from my credit union. Does that whole thing work with a credit union? Because I didn't get it from a dealership.
Absolutely. It still works
Okay.
the same way, regardless of wherever you got it from. It's a debt. And it has a promissory note attached. The promissory note paid it. So you'll do it the exact same way.
Okay. And also, like, I have credit cards with this credit union. Are they going to close down my accounts if I do this?
If you send them a 1099-C, the thing is, I can't promise you what they're going to do because I don't work for them. But what I can tell you is that the 1099-C they have already filled out. They just don't think that you know it. Even if they do, close your account. It is never closed on the private side. So if you do the account takeover, then you'll have your entire account, along with all the securities that they've been trading that you don't even know about. So legally, they're not supposed to close them, but you're not doing it as a billing error. Now, I have seen when it's been done as a billing area with affidavits that they mess with people's accounts when you're doing the 1099-C, and because you're sending it to the trustee. That is what makes the difference compared to when people were doing billing errors and they were sending it to the CEO. Because you're sending it to the trustee, and the trustee is the one that is liable according to the documents that they have on file under the security exchange. The trustee complies very quickly because they know that if you got to the trustee, then they know you know a little too much, so they comply very quickly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll just say you make that determination. If it was me, because I know I can take over my account, I would just take my account over. But yeah, I would definitely still send the trustee the 1099-C so you can get all your money back. Now, to make your account open-ended, do that. The only way to do that is by taking over the account.
Okay. Are you gonna write, like, is there some way that we can read some of this stuff? Because I can't remember all of this. I need the special ed edition. For this. I can't remember.
It's okay. I'm gonna be around. I'm not gonna leave. So it's okay. I got you. It's a lot. How long have you been doing this?
No, I'm
You just started?
Yeah, I'm very new. Like, all of this is just like Chinese for me. And I really need the special ed edition. I need help, please.
I got you. What I will do is I will make sure that you have access to my last classes that I've done, which will give you the foundation and the education to why we're able to do this and the laws behind it.
All right.
The recording
Thank you.
tonight, every last one of you guys will also get as well. And I'm available because I don't want anybody to make any mistakes. So I'll be here.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's
All right.
okay. I got you.
All right. Thank you. I
You're
need
welcome.
you. All right. Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Oh, we got
Okay.
next.
Demetrius, can you unmute?
Thank you for your information. How's everyone doing?
Hey, how you doing, Demetrius?
I'm doing great. Here's my question. So my TD account is set up. Is there anything extra I have to do with the bank, particularly so I can go through them?
So what you do is when you go into the bank, what are you taking to the bank?
Remittance slip.
So when you go in there, you tell them that they need to do a remittance transfer.
Okay.
They're going to ask you for the wire information.
Uh-huh.
So the wire information will be the TDA routing number, which you will find on the TDA account, and your account number. And that is actually an international transfer. They'll know what to do from there.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, you just let them know, hey, I need you to wire a remittance transfer. Give them the routing and account number, and they'll wire it that way.
Okay.
So what happens is that when they put it in the system, the company will know that you have redeemed it, and then they will do what they need to do on that side of your account so that your account is staying in good standing.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Andrea.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, he actually answered one of my questions, so thank you, or asked one of my questions. My other question was in that first process that you were talking about, there seemed to be a split. You could either go the methodology of depositing your remittances to the bank, like the gentleman before me just talked about, or if you don't want to recoup those credits or get those funds back and just cancel or discharge the debt, rather, you can send it to the indenture trustee. Is that correct? So it's a path that you have to take, either A or B?
Well, the thing is, every company is filing a 1099-C on you. So I will definitely make sure that they know that I know that they fill that out so you can get all your money back. As far as your current bills go, yeah, you can send it, take it into the bank and have them do it. You don't have to have an account at that bank for them to do it. That is what the rules say. You can go at any bank that is a remittance transfer company. But even with that, even once you do the remittance transfers, how long have you been paying these people and would you like your money back? That is where that 1099-C comes in. If this was a debt over 600, that company, well, that's trustee filed a 1099-C and failed to give you a copy of it.
Oh, so it's possible to do both. It's not an either or.
Right, you absolutely can do both.
I'm good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Andrea. Unslaved Star.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you were saying about the driver's tickets, how you could just put a stamp on it and send it back. Well, I had gotten pulled over and I refused to sign the citation or take it. I told them to mail it to me in the mail and they never sent it to me. That was over 15 days ago. They also, my vehicle wasn't registered, so they took the license plate. But to my understanding, isn't that like a form of credit?
Yes, ma'am. It is considered one of your credit cards.
Okay. And so because they never sent me the citation in the mail, do I need to just go online, print it out, and then put a stamp on it and send it back to them? Or how do I do that?
It has to be a certified copy of the case. According to the UPU treaty, it has to be a certified copy, which means it has the court's stamp and seal on it.
Okay. And so because I don't have that,
you're gonna have to
but
go down.
It's in the system.
You have to go down there and get it.
Okay, so I have to go to the police station to go pick up that ticket.
Nope, you're gonna have to go to the courthouse and ask them for a certified copy of the case.
Certified copy of the case. Okay.
And make sure they give you a certified copy of the case and not a certified copy of your record, because they'll try to play you like that.
Okay. Certified copy of the case. And can we put a lien on our rental lease agreement?
You absolutely can. If whatever account number that is attached to your lease agreement, you absolutely can.
Wow. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And you can also lien the court case number too.
Okay. Followay.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
I'm like me. I'm new to everything. Can I get my own, can I pay for my own class, or how would you do that?
You talk about a private? I do privates. Can you, are you on my friend on TikTok?
No, I'm not on TikTok.
Oh.
So how did you find us?
She probably was one of my old students on my email list.
No, Samika.
Oh, Samika. Samika was in my old class. Okay. Here's my email address. I guess, let's see. Yeah. My email address is what is it?
Well, I wrote down something here. I think, is it TMEKA @creators.
That's my gum. That's the Gumroad one. I don't know. You might need to leave a message through there, but I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna drop it in the chat. And that way, y'all have it.
While you're dropping it, I do have a question too. You said about the TDA. I already have a TDA, but what I did was I opened up the Treasury account and I had the Treasury pull my money out of my account. So I did it backwards. Is that a bad thing?
No, that's fine. You are able to do that, like if you're buying saving bonds or something.
Yes, that's what I did.
That way, you only can do it for $100. So no, you're fine. If you already got an account open, now you could just sell your security straight to the bank.
Okay, and then the second question is, the system is gonna fail. So when the system fails, the money that I have in the Treasury, is it gonna be okay?
The money in the Treasury will be fine. Money in regular banks, if it has not been securitized, will not.
Okay, last question is, can I do it for my grandchildren, the TDA?
Yep, you can have you can open up minor accounts. But it being your grandchildren, I don't know if it is because with that being the Treasury, I don't know if it's like some custody papers or something needs to be done. But you can definitely open up a minor account.
Okay, all right.
Because all of the securities in the minor account does belong to the security. They can't touch them until they're 18. But of course, they have to have an adult over it. So you should be able to do it with you being their grandmother. Don't quote me, but you can definitely, the people at the Treasury are very nice. They will answer emails or phone calls. You do better emailing them though, because sometimes you'll be on hold for a minute.
Okay, and then the last question is, let's see. Oh, shoot.
Oh, we got to get to somebody else.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Janora.
I dropped my email. Just have her email me.
Okay, Followay, Miss Followay, can you she sent the email in the chat. Could you please email her? Thank you, love. Janora.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm from Detroit. I'm with the last lady. I want to book an appointment with you because I have some kinks, not some, but kink that I'm worried about. Because in the beginning you were talking about the 1099As, and somebody in a group that I was in was having us submit 1099As. For bill pay and purchases. So I want to get with you to see if I can correct that. I don't know This is like, I'm new to this too.
Okay.
So this is my first time. I did try to follow you on TikTok the other day and left a message. But it said that you have to follow me back.
Okay,
But,
what's your name on TikTok?
Fly Girl G Green. But I really need some direction as well. So I understand we need to set up the DBA account before we start the 1099-Cs, correct?
No, you can send the 1099-Cs now.
I can.
Because the companies had to have them filed and put in the system by March 31st. So
Okay.
they've already filed them. So you can go ahead and get them sent to them. But I'm just saying, if you want to securitize your funds, then you can have them put it through the TTA. It's not necessary to do this, but as I said, we want to keep clean hands.
Absolutely.
So we want to make sure that we do everything by the book, and that is how we securitize our funds and not be an enemy of the state.
So let me ask you this question. I was listening at to a YouTuber, and I was able to go on that Treasury Direct site and pull up what's on the maturity and what's in that account, but I never set up an account. I just went in there to see for verification. So what happens with that money that's sitting there once you open up the account?
Well, once you open up the account, because even though it's in your name, whatever financial institution is trading on your account. So the process of the account takeover, when you do your account takeovers, that will be a part of it. And then whatever securities and things, depending on how you set up your security agreement, you'll get all of that back.
Okay, and then how do you have access to that trust money?
You have to take over your accounts.
Take over the account. Yeah, that's why I want to do a one-on-one with you, if possible.
Absolutely. You can go on my Gumroad link. Is a link on there for private consultations. Okay.
Do you have anything available like
tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna request a one-on-one with you tomorrow.
Okay, not a problem.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Samsung G991U.
Why are we busy? She be calling me at the wrong
I
time.
know. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, this is Margaret. I need a situation I need to take care of right away with my car, because if I don't get caught up, they're gonna repossess my car. And I financed it through Capital One, and I bought it from Henderson Chevrolet. So how would I do that?
You would have to book a consultation with Tamika.
Hey, I already booked one with Tamika.
Okay.
Tamika, you hear me?
I'm here.
Okay, but remember I told you I booked that appointment and you asked me how, because I already paid $250 to have that hour meeting with you. Because I've got a lot of stuff going on, and I've been trying to keep up with things and write things down, but I'm new at this too. So I'm trying to get a hold of it.
Not a problem. Are you available tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. DM me on TikTok your phone number, and I'll call you. We'll set up something for tomorrow. How about that?
Okay, thank you.
I don't want you getting repossessed and none of that good stuff. So we're gonna get you. I'll get with you tomorrow. Now I'll walk you through it so you can get it in the mail on Monday. Wait, I can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Okay, I'm done with my questions. That's what I
All
wanted to get by you, to have that conference. So I will get with you tomorrow. Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Leon Benjamin.
Hey, good evening, guys.
Hey.
Leon.
Queens, princesses, everybody. First of all, thank you all for the time and the effort that you put into all of this. This is amazing.
No problem.
Nobody else is even close to this information. I'll get straight to the point because I know y'all are short in time. I've been through several mortgages before. The last one, I was going through the information from the last class, and I started asking for information from the bank, and they just stopped responding to me. They didn't want to answer my questions. Anyways, my question is, because I've also been following the information on the class. I did the TD account just now. I'm actually in there. One, how do we, where do we get the wire information for that?
The wire information is your account number and the TDA routing number. Hold on 1 second. And the TDA routing number is the same for everybody.
Okay.
So let me pull it up.
And I did the UC, while you're looking that up, I did the UCC search and I didn't find anything for my mortgage.
Same thing, because the lien is gone. They transferred it. I think it's in a,
so all contracts.
hold on 1 second, guys. You'll do the same thing. Get a certified copy of it. Get a certified copy of it from your state. You want it to be certified. And do the exact same thing with going down to the register, going down to the Secretary of State so that they can remove it off of the Register of Deeds roll. And you're gonna also lien it. Now, when you're liening your mortgage property, it's not the address. So pull your mortgage documents and look up the plat number and stuff, because that's how they identify it. Because of course, you know, corporations can't own property, so they have it listed. Okay, have it listed as the land itself. So when you put that on there, you'll do it as the land itself. You see my email on the screen? Shoot me an email, as in the chat, because there's some additional forms that the mortgage company fills out every quarter. So I'm going to send those forms to you so you can send it to them, which will actually have the bond numbers and things. And then that's how you can, is another form you can fill out for them to transfer all of the collateral and the bonds over to you. But that is also an account that you can take over.
The chat is currently disabled, so none of the information is coming.
Oh, it didn't show up. Okay. Hold on.
And within that same question, what about the mortgages that were already passed over? Like I done sold those homes already.
How long ago? Anything within the last 3 years?
Oh yeah,
is an easy takeover. Anything over 3 years, the state has it, but they're still trading on the security within itself. So that would be an account that I would do the W-4 and have the IRS audit for me.
Okay.
And I'll show you guys how to do that. But you still got the contract though, right?
Yeah.
It's still a security. You can still deposit that.
Okay. Awesome.
It can still be deposited because trust and believe me, they still trading off of it.
Yeah, I did the search from the class that you did. I do see them all over the place. Yes.
Yeah, they are still trading off of it. So when you send them notification that, hey, I'm taking back your authority and I'm taking over my account, then you will get the account. Now everybody's account is different, but I know the one account that I was able to look up through the Bloomberg terminal, which was a car contract for 40,000. I think it was like 40 or 60,000. They sold that note 10,128 times, and it was $728 billion in that account. So when you take over your account, You're taking over everything that they've done. Because see, the thing is, they can trade on our accounts, but the only person that can withdraw the account is us, because it's up under our name and social security number, but they're acting as fiduciaries. Oh, that is something else. When you are sending your promissory notes, your endorser notes to the bank, add in a 56F fiduciary form. Let me pull one up so I can show you, because everybody normally do the regular 56. That is not the right one. Hold on. I'm gonna show you guys the 56 form that you are supposed to be using according to the IRS rules. So any bank that you guys are sending anything to, can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
This is the 56 form that you want. Not that one that they got everybody filling up. That just says 56. That is not the proper form. Anytime you're dealing with your bank, for any reason, if you're sending them a promissory note or whatever, you want to make them fiduciary. And you do that with the 56F, which is for the financial institution. The regular 56 form is only if you like over a decedent's estate because someone has passed away. But anything that we're dealing with our securities will be the 56F, which will be this form right here. So I'm happy you brought that up because I almost forgot to bring this form because, and everybody doing that 56, sending it, putting Janet Yellen name on it. Yeah, they sent you to the frivolous department. You put a judge name on there, they sent you to the frivolous department because those are not the lawful fiduciaries. It's whoever is on that security exchange form that is responsible. So you'll definitely want to fill out a 56F. I'll make sure that there is a reference sheet for you guys to go off of in the packet that I'll send out. So you'll know exactly how to fill this form out, but you will absolutely make anyone that you are dealing with on the financial level, you're going to send them this 56F form. And I also send it to the federal, I send it to the IRS as well. So the IRS will know that I have made these people fiduciary. Okay.
Okay. Diane. Okay. The goat.
The goat.
Hey.
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 Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, so my question was, so I did the well, you already know I sent my car package off, but um I sent it off, I think, yeah, last week. It was either Thursday or Friday. I gotta go check the return receipts. And I didn't get no response yet. I mean, I didn't get no response yet. So I'm wondering what it was, if I did anything wrong at all, because in the package I included the 56F, 1099C, 1099A. In the last video, it was
The goat. The goat. Do me a favor, love. They don't know what we're talking about. That's in the private group. So we got to keep that private. Yeah. They don't know what we're talking about.
Okay, well, then I'm gonna hit you up in private about that then.
Okay, I'll call you. Because and I need you to find that receipt.
I got this question though. Huh?
So I need you to find that receipt so we can find out what day, so we can make sure that it was even delivered.
Yeah, I found all my stuff today. I just found it, but My wife had a question. You want to come in here real quick? Why? Because you're on the time limit. Hurry up. You want your question answered? Come on. Come on, come ask it. Hurry up. Don't worry about it. You go to the next person. She acting scary.
Okay. Shamika. Am I saying your name? Samikia.
That's right. Samikia.
Okay.
Tamika. Hey, Tamika.
Hey. Hi, darling. Long
Hi,
time.
how are you?
I'm great.
Good. Okay, so I'm still I'm wrapping my head around everything, but I'm from the original group, so I'm
Yes.
trying to register it all. So I just have a quick question on the car contract thing. On the rescinding of the transaction, is that no longer necessary?
No. We're not rescinding nothing. We can't rescind it. I mean, we can with the fraud, but why? Girl, endorse it. Because that's really the payment. We can't send them a FRN because we ain't the board of governors.
Okay. So this route is the way now. Okay.
And that's actually the system that is put into place by the UCC laws.
Okay, got you. And another thing, when we're doing this 1099-C, are we doing it for, like, now it's 2022? Are we doing this for 2021, or are we doing it for the current year as well?
2021.
Okay.
Now for 2022, but you're gonna do an account takeover, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So just do last year.
Okay. And how does that affect taxes? Are we like still filing regular taxes, or how does that work?
Well, I'm on a zero tax file. So if I was y'all, I would get on the zero tax file. There is a form. I guess I have to turn that into a class. There is a form that you can actually fill out, and you can get all of your tax money that you ever gave them back. And it's an IRS form. I don't use nothing but their forms now. When I say Shamika, they created everything. They created a form for everything that we needed. But there is a form that you can fill out to get all of your taxes that you ever sent them back, and not to pay taxes because lawfully we're not responsible.
Exactly. And I think you told me that, and I think I may have that form, but I just gotta look. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Now, with the 1099-C is considered as income, because they did cancel it, and you're supposed to get the money back for it. But there is another IRS form, I don't have the number on the top of my head, that will make that exempt from you having to pay taxes on it.
Okay. All
but
right.
Taxes are still voluntary.
Exactly. One other thing, on a lease agreement, if I wanted to go back and do it on a lease agreement for a corporate rental, we just put in on the 1099-C for that particular year of that lease.
Which year is it for?
2018, I think. Is it too late?
It's over the 3 years. So with that one, I would do the W-4 and get the IRS to audit the account for you to get the money for it, or I'll do an account takeover. Because remember, nobody can legally close any of our accounts. And even though it may appear to be closed on the public side, on the private side, it's still open. So with that one, I would do an account takeover.
Okay. All right.
But anything you're welcome. Anything within 3 years, you can still access. Anything over the 3 years, the state got your money, and then it's a whole other process to get it back from the state.
Got you. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, Matthew. You muted again. Wait, there we go. Tell him to do it again. We can't hear you, Matthew.
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Hey, how you guys doing? And thank you. I have two questions. My lady and I purchased a house from a private owner. Is there any way we can send in for that also?
So you didn't go through a bank at all?
No, ma'am. We put the down payment down and everything.
It's a private owner. So you didn't use a bank or nothing. Did y'all use a title mortgage, a title company to close with?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, yeah, you can because y'all use a title company. So, trying to figure out how we'll do that one. What would be the best way? Because she doesn't have access to the treasury window because she's private. Now, did you buy it from her under her name or up under a business name?
Under a private name.
Her private name.
Yes.
So with that one, but you got a contract though. You got your like a land contract or something. Okay,
Yes.
so with that one, I will use my personal bank to deposit the security.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm gonna tell you what happened with that. Once your bank deposited as a security, it goes through the treasury. It's gonna come back to you ×2. Then you can just pay her off, get your deed, and then take the deed and run it through there as well. So now you got money, you got a QSIP number that's developing interest every 4 weeks that you'll get money off of that as well. Because y'all remember, anything you put through your TDA account, you will be gaining interest off of.
Right.
As well. So that's how I would do that.
All right, my second question is the car. I just purchased a Jeep last year and I made a down payment also.
Okay. So what you do with that one? Who did you purchase it from?
A dealership.
Which one?
In Rock Hill, South Carolina. Did you hear me?
Oh, you're not too far from me.
Oh, okay, well, good.
Who was the finance company?
You remember the finance? Westlake Finance.
Oh, Westlake don't like me too much. Endorse that contract. I'll send you Westlake's trustee. I just dealt with them.
Okay.
So with that, you're going to endorse the contract, and then you're going to do a 1099-C. Because that is a promissory note. It doesn't have a mature date. It matures in 24 hours. So you'll also deposit that contract through your bank so that they can send it through the TDA. All promissory notes get paid out in 24 hours. So then you'll get the money off of that as well, which is 2 times the amount. You'll send a 1099-C and the endorsed contract to the Westlake trustee so that they can go ahead and cancel out the debt. Because they already filled it out on March the 31st. I can promise you that.
Okay. So you're gonna send me their number?
Yeah, I'm gonna send you who their trustee is. Can you, you got me on what? Telegram or something?
I got you on TikTok.
You got me on TikTok. Okay, send me a DM. Am I following you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let me go follow, hold on. Let me follow you so you can DM me. And then I'll send you who their I just dealt with Westlake, so I have their trustee info. Yeah, so you'll do a 1099-C and you will endorse the contract and you'll go ahead and you'll send it on in. And that'll wipe that off. Like I said, I just had the gentleman who did his, and it was through Westlake. When he sent them, he got the car on a Monday. I think he sent the 1099 out on a Tuesday, and within a week, they updated his credit report because I guess he would have had 86 months of payments. He put down 86 paid payments paid off when he sent in the 1099, and he didn't even endorse the contract. He just sent them a 1099-C.
Okay.
So, what's your name on TikTok?
Matthew Holmes.
Is it HOLMES?
Yes, 072911.
I see. All right, I just followed you back.
Okay, all right, thank you, okay?
You're welcome. So DM me your email and I'll get that sent over to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Uh-oh, there go my girl Alicia. Hi, Alicia.
Hi.
Hi, boo. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Long time, long time.
Okay, so my question was, we had a car note, but it's paid in full. can we still put it on bond paper and do the same process?
You sure can. You can still endorse you can still put your contract. But now the thing is, it's been paid in full, but now you didn't get paid.
Right.
Yeah, you can deposit it.
Okay, so do the same process, just put it on bond paper, take it to the bank?
Absolutely, and make sure your TDA account is open. Now, how long ago has it been?
Since it was paid off?
Uh-huh.
We just paid it off in, I think, 2020. Was it 2020? It was like June of 2020 or 21.
So that means that the account is still open on the private side. I would definitely take that account over.
Okay. So I could do this like tomorrow then, right? Because I got my treasury account set up already.
And tell them you want to do a deposit.
Okay, cool. That's it for now. That's all I had.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Shaquita, Shaquita, I hope I said that right, Robertson?
It's Shaquita.
Shaquita, hi.
Hello. So I did find you on TikTok. You are the best at explaining anything ever. You short and get to the point. I like that.
Oh, thank you.
One simple question I had was the size of the paper. Is it correct for it to be 8.5 by 11?
Yes, when you get the Southampton paper, it'll be 8.5 by 11. Let me pull it up so I can let y'all see what it is.
And is this considered the legal length paper?
It's considered commercial paper because of the weight of it.
The length of it though, is that legal size or regular size?
It's the legal size. Southampton.
And even if the contract that you had is not legal size, I don't. Okay.
The contract you have is what, probably on 8 by 8.5 by 11. See, the thing of the matter is this: you can write, because we are the everything. You can write your name on a napkin, and those people will securitize it. And I'm so serious.
Okay.
The weight of the paper is what makes it commercial, because everything that we're doing is on commercial paper. It's just like for now on, because you guys are doing this, if you get any new contracts, fill it. Take $1 out your pocket and fill it. It's all the same thing, because we all know that money is made out of cotton. And so it's all commercial paper. Can you guys see my screen? This is what the paper looks like. Let me see, which one is this? So that's 65 pounds. That's too thick. That is almost the size, that's like almost cardstock. So you want to get it to be at least, the 32 pound is fine. I prefer the 30, but the 32 is fine. But this is what the paper looks like. Right there. Yeah, is the bonding paper, which is the commercial paper. So you get it from Staples, Walmart, Amazon. This one got 250 sheets in it. That should be enough, especially if you guys are going to do the account takeover. I would suggest that everybody do the account takeover. You want your life to change. I mean, like change, like change. Do the account takeover. Please do the account takeover. That was something that I was debating on whether or not I wanted to teach on a large scale. I do have a private group that I'm teaching it now that is really putting me in a line of, I already got drones and fake birds flying around my house because I've been getting a lot of people out of court cases and stuff, but you know, don't too much scare me. But when you go do the account takeover, you are literally messing with the churches, the bank's money, because you literally have to, you take over everything that we don't even see that they do. But hell, I'm gonna teach it. I don't care. I'm gonna teach y'all how to take y'all account over. And it takes, once your paperwork is done, it takes 3 days. It's making sure that your paperwork is done though, right? So, That way you don't have to worry about ever sending another promissory note. Any promissory notes that you get, your bank will automatically cover them. You'll be able to do transactions up to 250,000, because most people don't know that FDIC insurance is per transaction and not just the bank. So for example, if you go use your card now for $100, and in 72 hours, if you don't use the other $249,000, then the bank puts in a claim with the FDIC to get it. So I show you how to take all of that over lawfully using the FDIC and all of their forms to do it. I told you I've been working these last couple months.
Once we set up this TDA account, how soon can we do, we can take in endorse?
How fast can you do who?
Can you take in endorse remittance into the bank?
If it's open, go ahead and take it. Because the remittance transfer is exactly what it is. So the remittance transfer is like a foreign international transfer, but because every company is considered a foreign limited liability company, long as you got that wire and account information, take it right on in there. I will promise you that you will probably have to speak to the bank manager because the tellers really don't know. I personally, when I did I just sent it to the trustee because I know what the trustee have to do. I sent it to the trustee. Trustee don't give me no issues. They went on ahead and credited the account. They went on ahead and threw it through my TDA account. I prefer to deal with the trustee because it is a private process. It's all about learning how to live in the public. Like the first class that I taught, that was all public. That's the public side. So for y'all that was in my class, y'all know I said it a million times, that's the public side. I had to get the public side into y'all first before I can show you the private side. I will personally find out who the trustee of that company is, and I will send it to that trustee. And I will set it up where every month that they're automatically putting it through there. So when you wake up and look at your TDA account, the money is already in it. But it's whatever processes you feel most comfortable with.
Did you find where we find the routing number on the TDA?
Yes.
Does it not matter?
It does. The routing number is one number. The routing number, guys, is 051 736 158. Let me see if I can show you guys on the Treasury Direct where it tells you about selling your securities and the wire information. Hold on, guys. Let me see. Securities. If I was you guys, I would play around on this site, the Treasury Direct. You will learn an awful lot. That is where I found out that we've been calling them Federal Reserve notes, because that's what it say at the top of it, when they are actually floating rate notes. Right. So let me see. Marketable security. Okay. I have it printed out somewhere, but I want to show you guys directly where it says how to send it. Get it started. Minors. And this is the same site when you guys get yours up. If you got minors, go ahead and get your babies signed up. And on another note, for everybody that has an employer, I would go to Human Resources and ask them about the life insurance policy that they got in your name that they're not telling you about, and ask them to let you list your own beneficiary. So let me see if I can find it. I got a picture of it, but I want to show y'all on the actual page. While I'm looking for that, you got another question? Where'd it go? Hello. While I'm looking for that, you got another question? Or you can send me the next person because everybody's going to need that. So I need to get it.
Okay, my bad.
You good, sis?
Earl. Earl, are you available?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. First, yes, thank you so much for the information. This has been very, very insightful, and it's gonna change a lot of people's lives. So I really appreciate you putting this together. I did have two questions, but one is for my family and one is for myself. But I think if I can get the one for my family, is probably more important.
You can do both. Go ahead.
Well, so just the one thing is, does this apply to immigrants who have been issued a social security number and have been naturalized, or is this only for those people who have been born here with birth certificate?
It is for everybody. And let me tell you why, because everything is running up under the UPU and the Postal Service is everywhere. So no, this applies to everyone. Yeah, it applies to everyone. No one is exempt for this.
Because they've been here, like my brother's been here since we were 4. So, and he's been paying taxes all of his life since we started working. So
yeah, we're gonna get that back because you are actually paying your employer's taxes, and your employer is actually paying you out of your trust account. I would feel some type of way about that.
And now women, I have a unique situation, but I think a lot of women also might have experienced this. But when I was born, I have 2 socials and 2 birth certificates. And I've worked and lived and paid taxes under both, and I continue to do so to this day. Yeah, it's a weird scenario, but I had to do it because my dad had the same name as me.
Oh.
And so his criminal stuff affected my military stuff, and then it caused the whole issue.
So
but
you had to
anyways,
get another one. So guess what? That means you got double of everything.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that means. You got double of everything. So when you if you decide to do the account takeover, you got 2 accounts to take over. And I'm gonna tell y'all, do anybody know what is holding you up from gaining access to all of the securities attached to your birth certificate? There's no right or wrong answer. Do anybody know?
No.
The fact that we never put on the record that we're no longer minors. That's it. That's it. We have to put on the record through a certificate of ownership that I will make sure that everyone on this call has. The certificate of ownership, and you're going to put it on the record at your deeds office, and you're going to put it in a newspaper. So this is another thing that a lot of people miss when they were filing papers at the court. If you don't put it in the newspaper, it's not considered legal yet. They have created a database in every single state. I will make sure you guys have the link to it, where you can go on, upload whatever public notice that you want, run it for 4 weeks. You'll get your affidavit of legal notice thing that they give you. Then you go refile that back at in the Register of Deeds office, and then you'll send it to the appropriate people. The only thing that's standing in the way of us and the banks and them taking and controlling us, and even this stuff that is going on with the government, with about to give up the sovereignty and all of that, the only thing that's standing in our way is the fact that we never stood up and said, hey, I'm the age of majority. And that is 18, except in 2 states, Mississippi, and I think Alabama, and one is 19. But at the age of 18, we were supposed to tell these people that we're no longer minors. And that's why they keep thinking they can tell us what to do, like they are mama and our daddy. And people who have changed their names to Bays and all of that, and they legally changed it, they literally just gave up their inheritance, because your inheritance comes from your father and your father's last name.
Oh, wait. Because I did do a name change for one of my names to match the other names. Oh gosh.
It's okay though. You did it
but I still have. I'm sorry.
You did it through the court.
Yes, I did it through the court, and then I had to post it in the newspaper, and had to. Yeah.
So it's fine. The accounts merged. because you did it the lawful way. The accounts merged.
Because I think women, some women that get married also have that issue. I'm not sure. Mine was, when I was born, this was before the digital era. My parents got married after I was born. So the first name that was issued was under my dad's name. And then when my parents got married, they had to issue another one under the new married name. Well, I'm sorry, the first name was under my mother's maiden name. And then the second one was under my parents' married name. So before they issued the second one, the first one was already out. So they issued 2 social security numbers. So I just.
So you're fine. You just got double everything. So when you start taking over your accounts, you're just gonna have double the work.
Oh,
but it'll be worth it at the end. You're welcome.
All right.
And I'm still looking up that one part on there. I'll make sure that we all got it before we get off so I can show you where it actually says on the Treasury site what to give your bank.
Okay. Motorola.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Great. How are you?
You muted. We can't hear you, Moto G.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay, so I got a little bit of a well, actually first, what do you like what would you suggest for someone that doesn't have an account, a bank account?
You don't have a bank account?
No, ma'am.
So what I would suggest is that you do the accounts that we're going to do a takeover on, you can actually open accounts starting in that manner. So instead of you doing an account takeover, but now don't forget, if you got a CVS Savings Club card, you got a Sam's Club card, a library card, anything that got a card to it, that is attached to an account. You ever had a court case, that's an account.
I actually had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I've actually had some good results in the court. Well, so I didn't argue any facts, and I was able to get a judgment in my favor based on well, I challenged jurisdiction, and I ended up getting everything dismissed. But I actually have an EIN as well, and so I was also able to discharge it by putting my my information on record. And so I actually billed them after I got the dismissal based on a legal notice and demand I have with the schedule fee. And so I was asking for, since I got the judgment in my favor, I was trying to get like the body cam footage, and they actually are still in possession of some property of mine. And so based on what I have on record, they're still like, running the debt up. But so I've actually, and so I was wondering if I could do anything about,
you can do a couple things. You could take over the entire account because they are trading as a municipal bond. If you want to know where they're trading it at, just take the case number, go into Fidelity, Charles Schwab, or Edward Jones, and say, hey, I need you to run a municipal bond. Do not tell them it's a court case. Just say, I need you to run a municipal bond. They will tell you, and if you ask them, they should print it out for you, everywhere where that bond is being traded. At that point, you can do a couple things. I personally will tell you to take over the account because I can tell you they're making billions or millions of dollars off of the account.
And so that's the account based on the bonds that they issued to try to get me to,
it's issued on the bond case. Yeah, because what happened is that anything that you sign, you made them the fiduciary.
Correct, because I've always presented myself as either executive trustee, because I actually have a trust set up. That's what I'm saying. So I have the EIN as well. And so the way I was able to do it was when they sent me a notice of appearance, I basically had an appearance notice put on docket, but I didn't show up. And so they didn't know what to do. And so after 6 months of nothing happening, I just challenged jurisdiction and they ended up granting it within 3 days.
Yeah, they granted it without an issue because you did the documents that you did. Hold on one second, guys. I'm sorry, guys. That was my daughter. She's out and she's driving, so I had to make sure she was okay. Okay, so
So
now
I actually do have the clerk's originals. I was able to get all the copies of all the documentation. I just wasn't able to get the body cam footage and my personal property. But I did get the clerk's originals as far as all the bonds, all the, everything that was filed on their behalf.
yeah, on the public side, you didn't get
Correct.
the private side because see, with anything that you're dealing with court, anything that you're bringing you in court for, guys, I don't care what it is, it's a tax crime.
Right.
They work for the IRS. They are administrators. The attorney is filling out Form 211 on you. The attorney is being a whistleblower. All municipal bonds mature at 9 months. That's why you got a court case that keep making you come back and keep making you come back because they're giving you 9 months to pay the taxes on the case. The taxes on the case per the UPU treaty is 10 cents. So if I was y'all, I would go and order me some stamps. I don't go nowhere without my stamps. Why? Because the stamps are backed by gold. The particular stamps that I told you guys, the 1 cent, 2 cent, 5 cent, 10 cent, $2, $5, $10, those stamps are backed by gold. For you guys who follow me on TikTok, you guys will see they're posted on my page.
What about the postal money orders? Are those worth anything or backed by gold by any chance?
I don't do the postal money order thing that everybody else do because those money orders are non-negotiable.
Okay.
So you can't turn a non-negotiable instrument to a negotiable instrument. And because the post office has direct connect to the treasury, I don't do the accord of satisfaction, put $1 and write the stuff. I don't, because that's not the process that they put in place. They didn't tell us to do that. They actually said that goes to the frivolous department. What they said was that we're supposed to use commercial paper and we're supposed to endorse it. And what they said is that we got to pay the taxes and we only can pay the taxes with lawful funds. And that's where the postal money order the postal stamps come in.
Okay. All right, so I'm not trying to hold up anybody else, but I had one more question.
Go ahead.
So as far as opening a bank account, is it possible to open up a business? Because I also have a registered DBA, an assumed name, and through the state, and so I was wondering if it was possible to open up a bank account using the trust's EIN, but using my registered name because it's actually an assumed name registered as an authorized representative of the estate.
So my suggestion with that is this. I know you have a trust account set open. A lot of us do. But we didn't open up the original trust. We have to put ourselves back together. So just like the Bible says, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, the trio, we have to put ourselves back together, which is the adult us, the minor us, and the straw man us. The very first trust that we have to do is a living estate trust. That is where you put your stuff back together. So once you do that trust, because that is the trust that you have to do to take over your accounts. Even on the FDIC paperwork that you fill out, it asks you for your date of death. That is your birth date. It even asks you to see proof. That is your birth certificate.
And so would that be the registered date, not the born date, correct?
It would be your birthday because the placenta died 5 minutes after you were born.
Okay.
That is how they're saying we die, is via the placenta. So now you got your other trust set up. What you'll do is when you get your living estate trust set up, That is the one that holds title to everything. Then you'll put your other trusts inside of that trust. But in order to take over your account, you have to have a living estate trust where you have now put yourself back together. That is the trust where you do a security agreement. And if you tell the bank to deposit $30 million in your bank account, they have to do it. That is the trust that everybody has to open before we open up any other trust to gain access to our estate.
And so should I just
Right.
not use that EIN and use my social and open up a regular account?
Yeah, you can open up a regular account. I would suggest that you go open up that account at a brokerage firms, because the regular banks like Wells Fargo and Chase are about to go under. Get in a credit union fast or a brokerage account. Me personally, I will wait to open my brokerage account up until I have my a living estate trust open, because you can open your account in that status where you automatically have taken possession of it. And when you open up a brokerage fund account, that 250,000 FDIC insurance turns into 750,000, which means that when you get the email back from the treasurer, from the FDIC, saying, hey, your account is ready, before your black card comes in the mail, yes, the black card does exist. Okay, I can promise you it exists. Once you get the notification back from the FDIC that your account is ready, you can literally do a transfer up to 750,000 from one account to the next account, and you can keep doing it all day, depending on how you wrote your security agreement up.
Okay, good deal. And then
You kind of blanked out. I didn't hear you. He blanked out. iPhone 12.
iPhone 12. Sorry.
You good, sissy?
iPhone 12.
How you doing? Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
How you doing? Thank you for all this. I'm fairly
Nothing.
new to you, just want to come across to you, but I just have one question because I think some of the questions I had already kind of been asked. What do you do for as far as like the remittance to go take it to the bank or something to do that with like Lending Club? I have basically 2 loans, and I called them up. I tried to get like paper statements. They said they don't do nothing. They do everything online. So like, what would be my possible course of action there to try to get, I don't know, to use any of these processes?
So you got 2 loans, you got a contract?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that I've signed, yeah, online. It's all
Yeah.
online.
So because they changed the rules so you can do electronic. You can take that contract and put pay to the order, and you can upload it back to them. Just send it to the law department. Do it the same exact way. All contracts are the same, regardless of where they came from. That's a promissory note. The promissory note is an instrument. The instrument is your payment once you put your signature on it. So at that point, do the same thing. Print the contract out, endorse it, pay to the order of, send it in to them. I will personally try to find the trustee. Yes, you're going to put it anything that you guys are resubmitting because they gave you a copy of it or you don't, it's online. You're going to always put it on bond paper because the commercial paper is what turns it into an instrument. Your signature makes it alive. Under Title 12, USC 1813, it will tell you that once a promissory note is deposited, it turns into cash. And once again, that is 12 USC 1813. So just print it out, endorse it, and you can either mail it. I would prefer you mail it back register mail and send it in to the trustee, and so that they can update your account. Also send them a 1099-C as well.
Okay. All right. One more question. With car leases or like prior car leases, like I had a lease that I guess finished. It was a 3-year car lease. It was last year. Is there anything to do with that or current car lease?
The same exact way. It's the same, you'll do it the same exact way. And because it's still within the 3-year time frame, you can do that as the FDIC takeover too. Or you can do the same thing. You can, because it's a security. So you can deposit the security. The contract is a security. Just remember, anything you put your signature on has now been turned into a security.
Okay. So now how do, like I said, I'm fairly new to you. Basically this contract, I mean, the takeover, the account takeover, how would we go about doing that with you? Like, is that private consultation? Do you have classes on that? What do you?
I guess
Not yet. She don't have private, she don't have it yet, not yet.
Oh, okay. All right,
Yeah,
so just
I
stay tuned
am.
then, basically.
Yeah, I am doing it with my private group. I do have a private group. I limit my private group to so many people though, because it's like really hands on. But I'm about to retire very soon. And when I say very soon, very soon. But what I am going to do is I wanted to put a class together. How many of you guys in here I got? If y'all gonna commit to do the work, I don't mind teaching y'all, but y'all have to commit to do the work.
Right.
I'll give y'all all the tools that you need. I'm gonna give you everything that you need so you ain't gotta go down no wrong rabbit holes. The key part of your account takeover is your security agreement. Your security agreement is your meat and potatoes, is everything that your heart desire. That's between you and only you would know that, but I will make sure that you got all of the keys to be able to do it. And the account takeover, once your paperwork is done and you submit it, it's 72 hours when you'll get that call to say your account is ready for you to use. But I will definitely, for those that are interested, I can put a class together, because once you do one account, it's easy from there. Now it's just about finding all the accounts you got, and we got hundreds and thousands of accounts.
All right,
Okay.
iPhones.
I'm in there. How do we connect with you? Well, I just requested you on TikTok, like during this.
Perfect. I always follow everybody back. I will follow you back. That's my only social media page right now. I got kicked off of Facebook for doing exactly what I'm doing now.
Okay.
And then I got a website that is ready. I guess I'll drop it. All that information is over there too. So, but yeah, TikTok is where you'll always find me with my updates and everything. So, and then I'll drop my email for everybody to have it.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Quiz, hi Quiz. Quiz, are you available? Okay. Demetrius.
Hi again. So I scheduled a consultation for last week, but I never received a call. I still would like to do it. Is there any way we can reschedule a perfect time for you?
We absolutely can. I'm not exactly sure why my calendar is not automatically updating with the consult. So I will definitely fix that. We absolutely can. Are you available tomorrow?
Yes.
So we'll do it tomorrow. We're friends on TikTok, correct?
Yes.
Okay, send me a DM. And after this call, I'll get back with you to set up a time and we can get it done tomorrow. And I apologize for that. I'm not exactly sure why it hasn't been giving me my things, but I'll get that fixed. But yeah, we can do it tomorrow.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Marvin. Marvin. Okay. Shirley.
Hey.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I just want to say I appreciate it. The sister gave it up on this one. Man, I'm floored. So I sent a message on TikTok and we can reconvene later, I guess, book a consultation or something. But I did want to say that I truly appreciate it. You cleared up a lot of the errors and a lot of the things that's floating around out here. And I've been around this space like the last 11 or 12 years. I haven't seen people go to jail off this OID and some of this other
Yeah.
stuff, the A4V being thrown out. I didn't seen all of that. So to see the pieces being connected, the picture being made whole, I think me and the other 90 or however many people were supposed to be on here can say they greatly appreciate it. So I just wanted to give kudos for that. I have questions, but I'll wait till when I can book a session or something and further my learning.
You sure you don't want to? You sure you don't have at least one question now? I mean, you've been waiting.
I'm working. My coworker's on vacation, so
Okay.
I've done like 160 hours in the last 13 days, and I'm kind of wired for trying to finish up here. So I didn't want to hold up without having a concise question because I got like 40, so I can wait.
Sounds like a plan, and thank you so much for that. Yeah, that's another reason, because I was about to retire. My last class, it wore me down like really, really bad. But as I'm seeing so many people giving out information that's not proper, I can't just sit back and watch people get thrown down a rabbit hole, and I don't like that. So I appreciate that. It makes it all worth it in the end. Because we got to get free and time is running out, and these people that stole from us and everything else, and then now they think they just about to take all our money and walk away. No, we not about to let that happen. So anything that I can do to help with anybody in this process, because ultimately they're after our babies and I have the next generation, and time is just up. It is time for us to get what belongs to us. So I appreciate you guys entrusting me to help you with this process, coming on this Zoom with me this evening. I appreciate you guys as well. So thank you. But yeah, just set up a consult with me and we will definitely get together. Do you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I couldn't find it on the site. I'll look again. They like the eye stuff, but this is where you see the receiving bank, Treasury Direct, all caps, no spaces. And there's the unique routing number, your account number is the Treasury account number. So when you are doing marketable securities, and that is coupons, promissory notes, your green money. So even when you go to deposit your money into the bank, instead of depositing it, you tell them to wire it. So if you put $100 in there, you'll get 200 back plus whatever the floating rate note is of that day. Just to give you guys kind of an example of what I mean by take over your account. So we didn't all seen on the news where somebody, and it ain't never one of us, because we ain't giving it back, where they be like, oh, I woke up and I had $30 million in my bank account. And the bank said it was a mistake. Guess what? It wasn't no damn mistake. And that money did belong to that person. I have caught mine a couple of times between the hours of 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. The banks are shifting that money. That is what that account made for that one day, based off of the securities that the bank is stealing from us. So when I say you'll take over your account, yeah. And the longer you've had your account at that bank, the more securities fraud that they've been doing. And when you take it over, it'll belong to you. So those things on the news that happen because they're relying on computer systems and it got stuck. It has to go through your account because it is connected to your name and your social security number. The bank just do it in between the hours of 2 and 4 a.m. So you guys want to snapshot this page right here? It gives you, because when you go in to do your wire transfer, it's going to ask you the receiving bank. Make sure you put the Treasury Direct in all caps. The routing number is 50517366158. And then the account number will be your Treasury account number. When your bank performed this wire transfer, it will alert whatever company it is that that payment was supposed to go through, that the dividend has been processed successfully, and you will also see it reflected on your side of the account. And then you'll get 2 times the amount. Y'all ever notice how you were like, every month my bill went up, or every year my bill's going up, and they can never tell you why? That is because the amount of securities that they're trading on your account has risen, and that is the interest amount that developed on your account. Okay, so that is that. On how you do your transferring your security. So that is for car payments or whatever. Anybody that's on this call that was on, I believe it was my very last class that I did in BGC. And one of the members said, hey, my friend went to the bank and deposited his car note, his car paper. Have you ever heard of that? I don't know who that person was. I need to find them, because they are the reason that I began to dig the way that I did to come up with their system the way that now I figured it out. It was that person that did it. So that is the wire information that you need. So the next time you go to your bank talking about a remittance transfer, that is the information that you give to them. Okay, or you can make it easy and just send it straight to the indentured trustee. But as long as that TDA account is open, you'll be fine. Oh, we got next, Sissy.
Shirley.
Miss Shirley.
All right, Francis.
Hello.
Hi.
So I have a question, or like four. Oh, they're not important. I'm getting in consultation with you too. So, can you repeat what you said about the tickets?
Yes, ma'am. So any tickets that you get, okay, you want to go to the courthouse and get a certified copy of the case. Make sure you say case and not record, because they'll try to give you the record. You want a certified copy of the case. You will know that it's certified because it's going to have the court seal and it's going to say copy, and they're going to sign it.
So I mean, like parking tickets.
Same thing. It doesn't matter. Once you get the certified copy of the case, you're going to turn it over and you're going to put a 10-cent stamp on the lower right-hand corner of the front and the lower right-hand corner on the back. Let me see if I can, I'm gonna pull up the, hold on. I'm gonna pull up the, is this the one that I want? This might be the one that I want. I'm gonna pull up the stamp pack so I can show you where I'm getting this information from. Hold on.
Oh, I read it. I was in your last class.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is Francis from Instagram. I mean, from yeah, TikTok.
From TikTok.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Okay.
So yeah,
I know you.
Yeah, just put the 10-cent on there, and then go ahead and get your copyright notice and your copyright done, and get it sent to them people, so you won't even have to worry about ever getting a ticket at all. Because it puts you on the do not detain. But I do have it up. I'm about to show you guys where I'm getting this from. Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Right here. When a clerk of the court certifies a paper to be copied by marking the same copy and signing his name thereto, it will be necessary to affix a 10-cent stamp. Certificates, warrants, or orders and drafts by one state officer upon another for the purpose of carrying out internal business of government, they don't have to have a tax stamp. But with us, we do. And you see it said it has to be certified and say copy on there. And let me see. I'm going to make sure that this is available for you guys too. This is how you know what denomination. Even on playing cards, stamps was supposed to go on there. It's crazy. The rent, which is 50 cents. Let me find that. Okay, so the Schedule C. That's education.
Can we find this online?
This particular one, I don't know. I actually got mine from the Library of Congress.
Yeah,
but I will make sure. Yeah, I'll make sure that they have a copy. So here we go talking about mortgage for everybody that got mortgage. So this is how they did the denomination. So anything not exceeding $500 is 50 cents. Anything over 500 but not exceeding 1,000 is $1. So this is how, when you guys get a copy of this, this is how you'll read it. So you will know how much stamps you'll put on there. So for anything exceeding 10,000 but not exceeding 20 is $15. For every additional 10,000 or a fraction thereof of 20,000 is $10. So that's how that goes. Your power of attorney paperwork, anything that you guys filed in the courts or whatever, make sure you keep your hands clean and you pay the taxes. Even if you're doing a power of attorney to sell or convey, it's $1. If you're doing probate, so I will make sure you guys got this. They got a newer one out here floating around, but it's to throw people off because it don't even have the right amounts on there. This is the UPU Treaty of 1883. Hold on, I believe it's 1883. But I will make sure it'll be a link on Gumroad, or actually it'll be an email that I send out to all the participants this evening that'll have the links, the different things that we went over today. So this is the one from 1863, I'm sorry. And you see the Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service, because everything is running up under the IRS. Okay.
Tamika, do you recommend getting a birth certificate and a social security for a new baby?
For a new baby?
Yeah.
That's we're gonna talk about that in another class, love. Or
Yeah.
not another class. We're gonna talk about that at another time.
I wouldn't.
But no, we wouldn't. No.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I shouldn't.
No, what I
don't want to get one.
only get you only need the paper that they give you. They give you a paper, and put an ad in the newspaper. Yes, Brianna.
Okay.
All
right.
Yes, Brianna.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Brianna. Go. You know I'm in the class. Talk fast. Yes, it's on. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't. Anybody with a new baby, don't. Just put an ad in the newspaper, do an old school ad in the newspaper, get you a family Bible, put it in there. If I was you, I would put it in writing to keep your placenta, because the placenta is how they're saying that the baby is dead. That's how they declare us dead, is the placenta.
All right, Supreme Being. Oh, can you unmute again, love? I'm sorry.
First, I want to thank you guys for even allowing me in the space. I was in one of your Telegram groups before, so I've been trying to find you since then. I didn't even know you were the same person. So that's great. But one of the things I wanted to mention was my situation is similar to the guy who has a dual identity. I never was issued a birth certificate. And I took a guy named Mansa Mahatha's quote unquote billionaire class when he was talking about all this 1099 stuff. But when I was 18, I opted out of paying taxes. So I've never paid as well. However, I wanted to do the do not detain list situation as well. But everybody I run into, they're always talking about authenticating this birth certificate. But I've never had a birth certificate. Like, I joined the military on an affidavit of facts, of birth facts. Basically, that just says, hey, you exist. Your mama say you exist. We see you here. You can come. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So what would be like your advice? Because I have two different names as well.
So what you do is you go on to copyrightdepot.com.
Okay. Let me put that in. Oh, yes,
it's $17.50. Copyright both of your names.
Okay.
Okay. And then you're going to do a copyright notice. I'll make sure you guys got something to go off of, like a template. I don't give too many templates out because I just don't. But I'll make sure you guys got a copyright notice. With the copyright notice, you will send to the governor. You'll send it to everybody that's somebody. I'll have the list down in the email. Once you send that to everybody, you're gonna also put an ad in the newspaper. You are now on the do not detain list. You can also do it via your passport, but to me, even doing it with a passport, that is still to me a contract because it's theirs. But if you do it through a passport, you will check the box that says non-US citizen.
Yeah, okay. So that was gonna be my next question. So I'm happy you brought that up. So I did do the non-US passport situation, and I actually have my appointment on Tuesday. So that was one of the things I was running into because I was gonna bring my affidavit of birth back because it's gotten me through everything else. But that birth fact, that's why I have two different names. It is a different spelling than the social security card that I have. So I literally have like a military ID, a driver license with one name. I got a state ID with, you know, the other name.
Right. So what you do is when you do the copyright in the summary box, you'll write the both of the names and then you'll write any and all variations of.
Okay.
To go with that name. Another thing is I tell everybody to register yourself up under the common law court. And their website is, I think it's commonlawcourt.com. Let me get it. It's commonlawcourt.com. This is an official website. Let me show you guys so y'all make sure y'all on the right one. Remember, they have no jurisdiction over common law. This common law website is backed by the UPU treaty. You can actually get a common law passport, a common law ID, put any of your property under common law, the whole 9 yards. I am also registered up under this website. I'm waiting on my common law passport to come in. And let me show you guys. Okay, can you guys see it?
Yes.
This website, commonlawcourt.com. Okay. This is an official website that is backed by the UPU. It's international. So the first thing you want to do is you're going to register your birth certificate. You do not have to send them a copy of it. Okay. You're just going to register it. Once you register it, you with bonding paper, that same paper, you can print it out. I think it's like $6 to print it out. It puts you under the common law rules. You can even get the common law ID, which is accepted everywhere because it's international. You can, I think it's Francis, you're the one who's about to have a baby. You can do the birth of the baby under common law immediately under this website. You can do your passport. That passport is accepted everywhere. It puts you in common law court, common law jurisdiction as well. So this is a website for anybody that is getting rid of the state. Want to get to, because when we think about it, we only deal with the federal to a certain extent. Everything else is done with our state. You get yourself out of your state jurisdiction by putting yourself in common law jurisdiction, and this website will do that for you. Okay.
So what does she do since she don't have a birth certificate? She can't register with common law.
So you don't have a birth certificate was ever given to you? Where'd she go?
Go back to the screen so I can see her. I forgot. What was her name? Where'd she go?
I don't know where she went.
Oh man. Oh, Supreme Being. There she go. Supreme. Supreme.
Yeah, I was right here. I'm like, I can't help that.
So you've never gotten a birth certificate ever?
No, ma'am. So, well, I don't have like a certificate of live birth. I did receive a delayed birth certificate, but it is not registered with Human and Vital Statistics. They actually lost that one too.
So you don't have none in it. What state are you from?
I'm from Texas, the craziest state. You know, they make their own rules.
Yep, they
Oh, well,
should
you in
do.
Texas
I'm
is
down
the
here
best
now.
ever. And that's crazy because
Yeah.
guess what? I'm on my way to Texas next month. That's about to be my new
Look,
home.
welcome, because you gonna get away with a lot of.
I live here in Texas right now, Supreme. So yeah, my sister on her way. I can't wait till she come because I'm coming where she at.
Right, because that was the thing. Like Human Vital Statistics, they don't have even the delayed birth certificate, and this doesn't say. It says delayed certificate, right? And then it has like the birth number. But
that's
the
all
birth
you
number,
need.
That's all you need.
Because when
but
you
I was gonna
register
say
in
the birth
common
number is
law,
not even full. It's just a 3. You know, everyone else's is like 8 or 9 digits or something. Mine is literally like 3 with like 6 X's.
you good. It don't even make it. So when you go up under the common law site, all they asking you is when was you born, what's your mama and daddy name, and you don't even have to send it to them. They'll register it up under the common law site. Once it shows, because you have to do the registration of the birth certificate first, then you're able to do anything else on the website from there is registering yourself. So you can register it there, and now you have a birth certificate. For those who don't realize, none of us have a nationality on file. The Moors, which we all are, we do have a real Moorish government. I will also provide their information to the real Moorish government. Once you register property up under the real Moorish government that went back into effect April 10th of 2015, and that is recognized by the US government, when you go through all of their steps, you get a North American birth certificate. So then you'll have one.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You're the first person to ever be able to give me an answer. You know how many thousands I've spent in this space.
I believe you. I
Oh
believe
my
you.
God. Thank
She
you.
answers tremendously. Okay, this after Tenoris, this is that's going to be the last question. I mean, really supposed to be after Tiffany, but after
How many
Tenoris,
more people I got? Because I can't just leave nobody out.
Yeah, it's been like really not many. They just coming as they go. But do anybody got a question about child support? Okay, there we go. This the type of questions I'm looking for. Motorola.
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
All right.
I'm great.
I have a question. I just got recently dismissed. The mother of my child released me and did all the back pay. Can I get all my money back for the last 10 years?
You sure can take over that account.
Period.
It has an account number to it. Take it over.
I have one mother that's still active, and she tried to go and drop it, but they wouldn't let her because of Medicaid or some kind of stuff like that.
Okay, so with that one right there, get a copy of the child support order, make sure that it's certified, endorse it, and do the same way. Because what they did was when the child was born, it took 1.5 million out of your account, 1.5 million out of the mother's account. But after that, every single year, they are getting a grant. Is under the Title 42 of the Social Security Act. They are getting a grant, father, dad, in your name every single year. Last year, it was $90,000. So they were supposed to divide that by 12, which is I think like $7,046, and send the mother a debit card. So what you do is you just take over the account. When you take over the account, she will still get paid. It has
Is that
nothing to do
something I need to go to and do a private consultation with? Like, is it more in that?
Yeah, it's more in that.
Just need to print the
child support order on bond paper, endorse it, find out who the trustee is, because they got one too, because child support is not government, they're a private company as well. Endorse it. And then you can also turn a 1040V, which is a 1040 voucher from the IRS. You can turn that into a money order.
40V, okay. And I had another quick question. I actually bought a car yesterday from Capital One, from a dealership in Houston, Auto Nation, but it was financed through Capital One. How long? This was yesterday. How long should I wait?
You can do it tomorrow. Send them a 1099-C, endorse that note, throw them stamps on there, drop that 1099-C in there, and send it to the registered agent. And that's crazy because I just had somebody else with AutoNation in Texas for some $90,000 car. So I got their indenture trustee already. So shoot me a message and I'll send it to you. But yeah, you could do that tomorrow.
So I take the buyer's contract.
Your contract that you sign, you're gonna take it and you're gonna reprint it out on bond paper because they just gave you a copy of it. And you're gonna endorse it. You're gonna put them stamps on it, and you're gonna add that 1099-C and the 56F fiduciary form. And you're going to send it registered mail to the indenture trustee that I'm going to provide to you, and wait about a week or two. And you're going to see on your credit report that it says it's all paid off and all that good stuff. And you can request for them to send you your MCO type.
Cause I put 6,000 down. So would that come back also, or just
yes? So make sure that when you do your when you fill out that 1099-C, that you add that amount to that amount, the 6,000. And then you're going to tell them to transfer your securities through your TDA account with promissory notes. That's a 24-hour payout. So it'll hit once it hits your TDA account and it has been securitized, you can then now transfer it out to your regular bank account and don't have to worry about them taking it. Because you securitize the funds.
And I'm gonna follow you on TikTok. My name is Deron Bourgeois. I'm gonna follow you on TikTok.
Me. And I always go through my things either once a day or every 2 days. And anybody that follow me, I always make sure I follow them back. So that way that we can DM.
Thank you. And you guys stay blessed. The information was life-changing. Thank you.
Likewise, it's my pleasure.
Ty. And after Tenora's, we're not answering any more questions.
No, because whoever Daisy is, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, her hand up and she hasn't asked a question at all. So if it's somebody with an additional question that I've already answered, I want to get to the people who haven't had a chance to answer.
Right.
Okay, I'm ready.
Ty.
Hi, I'm following you on TikTok and I wanted to schedule a personal consultation with you.
Okay. Now for all the personal consultations, you'll find it up under Gumroad. So the same link.
Okay.
If you go under my Gumroad, all of my old classes are there too.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
But just go ahead and you can do a schedule on there for me. And then hit me in my DM because I don't know why it's not showing up on my calendar. So you can tell me what day and time it was so I can make sure that I manually add it as well.
Okay, I just DM'd you, but it didn't go through.
Oh yeah, because we're not following. What's your name?
My name on there's P.S Beauty. And I'm on your Gumroad, but I don't see anything about scheduling a consultation.
Yes, I'm looking at it right now. It says book a 1 hour minute.
Oh, I see it right here. Okay, I got it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And I'm about to follow you back as soon as I can figure out where. What'd you say your name was?
P.S Beauty.
Oh, shit.
Should I unfollow and follow back? I've been following you for a while.
Oh, so maybe that's why I don't see it. Hold on.
I just tried following back right now.
Can you, that last post that I put up, can you just comment on it and then I'll follow you back from there? Any one of my posts on my page.
Okay, and I did do that too under P.S Beauty. Okay, thank you.
And then I'll follow. You're welcome.
Thank you, Ty.
Thanks.
Oh, say that again. Sis, what you say?
Dazane, she hasn't asked the question yet. Her hand been up for a minute. Let me answer her real quick.
You sure? Because I was going to order, sis. You sure?
Because Amy BDC, she asked the question already. So I'll come back to her. Let me get to Dazane because she hasn't.
Okay, so everybody that asked the question, I'm gonna lower y'all names and just let us finish and then I'll come back. Okay, Dazane, I'm sorry.
Hi, thank y'all so much for having these classes and informing us how y'all do. and they really affordable. So I want to thank you. I spent like $300 on information that was like not helping me at all do any of this stuff.
I'm
So I
sorry.
just,
Yeah, I've always made sure that even with my last class, I try to be affordable so that everyone can obtain this information. It's not fair for people to charge hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And it's not obtainable to everybody. So I pride myself on trying to make sure that I keep the cost affordable for everyone.
My question was, so I have insurance with Progressive and I had it for over 3 years. So would I be able to just send them a 1099-C? Because I've been trying to, like, I see other people send them back the remittance coupons. Then I seen your TikTok that said we had to deposit them. So I was wondering, like, could I just do a 1099-C and send it to them?
Yes, I would. Absolutely. I would definitely do a 1099-C with them. And then the coupons that you do have, I would definitely tell them to run my securities through the TDA account, because you have to remember those are actual dividend checks. That's why they come in a positive status.
And can the 1099-C be printed directly off of IRS? Or
Yes.
do we need a copy?
No, you can print that out only simply because you're not turning it into the IRS. The trustee is, and the trustee does it electronically. You are just using it as a direction on the instructions that you are giving them.
Yeah.
So it is
then,
fine to print it out.
Okay, then the last part to my question was, I do have a TDA account. I made it a while ago when I was watching YouTube videos when I first started. And I don't remember how I set it up. I don't remember if I set it up as a trust or as like an individual. So I was wondering, and it's connected to like my credit union. So I was wondering if one, I could delete it and make a new one. And two, if it can be connected to my credit union, it will still have the same results.
Yes, it can be connected to any bank. As far as deleting and starting over, with that being the treasury, that I couldn't tell you. Are you able to access the account?
Yes, I am.
It should tell you whether or not it's a trust or an individual. If it is a trust, then because all of your items are in your individual name, then you can also have one set up for the individual. You can have more than one account set up.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
It's like when you start doing your living trust, if you decide to do the account takeover, then you'll open up one for the living trust as well. If you have a business, you'll open up one for that. So I would just double check the way that you opened it. It should tell you when you log in.
Okay.
If it's not the correct one, you can do another one. Or you may even be able to reach out to them and see if they can change it for you. So I would just check it first.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Tiffany Rivera.
How you doing? I just want to thank you ladies for all the knowledge that you give. Like she said, at a reasonable price. You really out here liberating people. My question may seem silly, but I just want to be sure. So if I'm sending the remittance coupon to the trustee, to the indentured trustee, I can also include the 1099-C in there and a letter of instruction for them what to do.
Absolutely. You're the beneficiary and they won't know what to do until you tell them.
Okay. Now, if I was to go to the bank and do the remittance transfer, because I do have the TDA account set up from your last class, if I was to do the remittance transfer, do I still have to, I know this may seem crazy, do I still have to put the stamps on the remittance coupon?
No, because it ain't gonna scan. So yeah, it's not gonna scan. You securitized it, which is the key thing. And you securitize it by transferring it over. So you'll be fine. Now, if you're doing like your promissory notes and things like that, you definitely want to put the stamp on there.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Desto. Desto. All right. Norris.
Yes, ma'am. I have a couple of questions and actually like to, what do you call it? Put it on public notice, on public record, I'm sorry, with the security agreement and the POA. Ma'am, I have been through the ringer trying to get this stuff recorded, and I'm talking about months on, and I'm down here in Texas, and I mean, I put them on, I didn't give them a clerk, notice a clerk, and they just still giving me the runaround about the security agreement, POA, trying to just make everything link up, and they would
Okay.
not allow me to do that.
Yeah, sometimes the clerk will give you an issue.
Somebody-
So now
Yes.
your security agreement, what is this security agreement for?
It's between me, the straw man, and the I'm so sorry, the straw man and the regular, the living man.
Okay, so instead of putting your physical security agreement, because that's your personal, is it a living estate trust that you did? The security
Yes, ma'am.
agreement?
Local trust already set up.
Okay, so what you do is anytime your county clerk is giving you an issue, and they like to give us issues, especially with certain things. First step, go to your federal courthouse.
Okay.
Tell your federal courthouse to open up a miscellaneous file.
Okay.
You're gonna file it on a federal level first. Then you're gonna tell, after you file it, you're gonna tell them to give you a certified copy of the filing.
Okay.
Then you go back down to your Texas. You're going to the Register of Deeds office, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Harris County, Missouri County.
And I'm gonna tell you something. When they see that big federal stamp, they ain't gonna give you nothing their problem filing your paperwork.
Ma'am,
Okay, I
when you
tell
say-
everybody that. Go to the federal first, open you up a miscellaneous filing, put all your, and then now you didn't put it on the federal level. Put it on the federal level first. And when they see that big old stamp from the federal, they're gonna go ahead and they're gonna file it for you. And then don't forget to put an ad in the newspaper, but now don't put your full security agreement on there. Just do a certificate of trust, which just describes that there is a security agreement out there.
Okay. Ma'am, one more question. How do I follow you on TikTok? I mean, what is your name? I made a mistake.
Life of the beneficiary.
Ma'am, because I've been going through the ringer with this. I've been going this a year and I haven't got anywhere trying these other methods and spent so much money trying to get there, and it's nothing.
You
Absolutely.
understand it. It's understandable. I mean, I've been at this for 10 years. And when you use their process, you had no problems. The issue came in, we were all trying to create something that was already there, or we were trying to beat a system that was not for us to beat it. It was for us to join it. And so that's what I show people now. I show you how to join the system that was created. And this is what we're doing with the TDA account and using the bank as security transfer agents as they are. Because ultimately the bank is behind all of this. Just think about it. JP Morgan, I don't think most people even know that he owned the Titanic. He is the reason the Titanic sunk, because his competitors was on board. You know, everything goes back to the bank. So we are using only their forms, because any form that has an OMB number on there, they have to respond to, and that's a federal form. So they cannot answer an affidavit. But when I say they created every form, including the 1522 form, once you have claimed your birth certificate to get all of your securities, they literally gave us every form. So I just dug a little bit deeper than everybody else, because I kept telling my last, because I'm like, the money out there. Okay, you got your deed, your title, where your money. And what people don't understand is that we, the people, have all the power. They have indoctrinated us. They have scared us. We are not to fear. At any time that we, the people, stand up, it's over for them. It's over.
Thank you.
I'm happy to be able to assist you. You're welcome. But yeah, it's Life of the Beneficiary on TikTok. And I got a lot of information on my page. You have to stop and just read it, but the answers is always there. I pride myself on making sure I give you guys all and not just a piece. Yeah.
Ma'am, I appreciate it. Thank y'all for all the information, and I will be following you.
Absolutely. What's your name on TikTok?
Tenoris.
All righty. I'll be looking for you.
I'm finna do it right now. Thank you.
Shirley.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how y'all doing?
Great.
I have a question. I was in your class the first time, but my question is student loans, and I just turned 62 and I'm drawing my Social Security. By doing that, would it bother that, or once I open my PA account, or
No,
how
ma'am. Nothing will be affected in a negative manner. Your student loans do a 1099-C and send it on into them. You can take that master promissory note that they had you sign and endorse it the same way.
Okay. And my Social Security.
When you get ready to take over your accounts and put on the record that you're alive, you'll just actually take over your Social Security account and you'll get a whole heck of a lot more than what they're giving you.
Oh, and okay, also my son, he had set up his TVA account. I haven't set up my TVA account yet. And he was wanting to know how do he go about getting his money, and what do you have to do that? I know the question done been asked before.
And which money is he referring to?
Go ahead. He's saying, how do you transfer? How do you go to the bank and ask them and transfer it to your TDA account? How do you go about doing that?
What exactly is he trying to transfer?
What are you trying to transfer, Chris? He lost words, so I don't know.
Tell him, come on and take the class, baby, take the class. Yeah, if he's trying to transfer over all his accounts, that will be during the account takeover class. He has the TDA account open now. If he wants to get double for his money now, any money that he goes to normally deposit into the bank, he will just tell them to wire it to his TDA account. And that's by giving them the routing name, which is Treasury Direct in all capital letters, the routing number, which I just gave you guys, the 0517 number, and then his account number.
Okay.
The other bills that he has, he can 1099-C and then also direct them to do his TDA account. Because what I want you guys to remember is that we are the beneficiary. Make these people do their jobs. Just tell them what to do. If you want to know what you can lawfully tell them, the Indentured Trustee Act of 1939 will tell you everything that you can tell them to do.
Okay, he just bought a car cash. So how did he go about getting that money back?
So with him buying a car cash, he will have to, when he do the account takeover for his bank account, and a part of his security agreement, it will be requested that he get all of his reposits, not deposit, R like in rabbit, do a reposit. So when you add that to your security agreement, all of the deposits that you have made into your account, as well as the withdrawals in your security agreement, you will ask for that back and they'll put it back in his bank account.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. DeSoto is the last one. And then I got a question. Shane. Am I saying it right, Sissy?
Yes, Shan. It's
Okay.
Shan.
Shan, okay.
Yes. I am shoot. Oh my gosh. Okay, so you were saying for the when you have a corporate lease, you're able to do certain things with the 1099-C. I am renting. What about when it's a non-corporate
Is it
to
regular
your rent.
landlord?
Yeah.
They don't have access to the treasury, so you can still take your lease and you can go deposit it.
Okay, so just deposit it to the bank, like with that process.
You're just gonna have to deposit it and into the bank because he doesn't have access to the treasury. So you use your bank, just take the lease because it's a negotiable instrument, deposit it that way, and then when they send you the 2 times the amount back, pay up your lease, and then when you do the account takeover in that same bank account, you'll get it back.
Okay, and I did not catch all of the numbers for the TD account routing number.
I don't have it pulled up no more, but you can Google it. That's how I got it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, something I can Google.
You can, and it's on their website too. They don't hide that part because that the routing number goes for the entire that particular account within itself. The account number would be your account number, and then the bank name would be Treasury Direct in all capital letters.
Treasury
And
Direct.
I still got it up. Hold on.
Okay.
I got the account number, sister. But everybody, y'all can Google it though, but I do have the account number.
Oh, okay.
It is 0517 and 36158.
36158. 3615.
Yeah. All right, sister, do we have any more? I don't know if we put these hands down or they just still up for the first time.
I think now Amy is up for the second time. The Soto, remember I called that person, he didn't answer.
Yeah, Mr.
Woods been up for a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Woods.
Yeah, how's it going? Good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Woods. How are you?
I'm not too bad, not too bad. So my main question is about, you guys asked earlier, child support. So I just received a summons to appear in court. I haven't gotten like legal counsel yet. I'm gonna do that next week.
No, you will not. No.
What he say, sis? False and misleading representation.
Yeah, you trying to get some false and misleading representation, baby.
No.
Yeah, you are. If you're talking about getting an attorney, honey, 15 USC 1692 E4 said that they are false and misleading. Any communication from an attorney ain't right. So you definitely don't want to get an attorney. So you need to. So you got the mom taking you to the, or is it them?
Yeah, no, it's they're trying to have me take a court ordered DNA test.
Yeah, tell them you'll give them your DNA at the tune of $100 million.
Woo!
Say that again?
Do he got to file a UCC?
Tell them they'll give you you'll give them your DNA for the tune of $100 million.
Okay. Oh wow.
Should he file his UCC one?
Yeah, he could file the UCC one and do the copyright notice. You need to get on the record that you are not that person that they're trying to attach this to. Even with the summons, you can stop that. You need to get on the record too that your child is your property. Is your name on the birth certificate?
No.
So
I haven't
it's
signed
not on the
anything.
So if you do the copyright notice and you do the copyright and the copyright notice, they can't bring you into court. Because they only can bring a dead entity into court. Are you following me on Facebook? I mean, TikTok?
I will be today.
Okay, go ahead and follow me and send me a DM. I'll get you through that one. So
Okay.
you ain't even got to do nothing. Is she your baby? If you don't mind me asking. Or
That's
you
no.
don't know?
I'm sorry.
No.
She's not?
No.
Oh, hell no. No, yeah, we're
So
gonna get
do
you.
the baby come to your home?
Say that again?
Have the baby ever came to your home?
No.
And I'm gonna tell you something. The reason why they summons you to the court is because if she gave them your name, which is identity theft,
right?
That's identity theft because you didn't get her permission to get this stuff. They didn't already attack your account, and that's why they're trying to make you come in and do a DNA test so that they can get it on the record. So no, we're gonna do a copyright notice. We're gonna do a living life claim. Oh, that's another thing, guys. Y'all need to do a living life claim. I did my living life claim in quantum syntax. That is 33-degree Mason writing. That is what they are actually speaking because they're all committing vocabulary fraud under 18 USC 1001. Make sure y'all have that too. So you just need to do a copyright, a living life claim, and get it on the record, and they'll never bother you about an illegitimate child ever again in your life.
But wait, now before, because we don't want to just tell people, you sure that ain't your baby?
Yes. Yes.
You ain't never had sex or intercourse with that one?
No. We can talk about that.
Yeah, we still on recording.
Oh,
he
but,
he know that baby ain't his baby.
Okay.
Yeah. And then my next question. So, I wasn't born in the States, so like similar to the other female that was on here, I got naturalized because I was born in Jamaica. So I tried to get my naturalization certificate from Vital Records from the first state that I moved to when I immigrated to the States, but like they said nothing was found. So how would I go about getting a naturalization certificate and getting that what I'm looking for? Yeah.
Well, if you don't, so they never gave you one at all?
No, I have a copy. I was just trying to get like a certified, to authentic. You know how you authenticate your birth certificate?
Right.
So would I have to authenticate my naturalization certificate?
Correct.
If that makes sense. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, you will authenticate that, but you'll need. Yeah. Oh my goodness, it's a little different when you're doing it that way. But you don't have a birth certificate at all, so.
I do, but it's Jamaican. It's a Jamaican.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, it be in Jamaica don't make a difference. You can still get that. You got to get it authenticated from there, or you're gonna have to go to the embassy and get it done. But just know that you don't have to do any of those things to do any of these processes.
Oh.
But you do want to get it put on the record that you are a live person, and you do that through a certificate of ownership.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. I got you.
Well,
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I probably will do another class to show people how to separate yourself, get on the do not detain, get it in the system that you are a live person, that they don't have any jurisdiction. Also, the common law website, Mr. Woods, that would be perfect for you to go on there and register yourself up under common law, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and then that way you'll have a common law birth certificate. If you also want to register, because none of us have a nationality on file, as I said, none of us do. If you want to do the nationality part as well, that right there will get you your North American birth certificate as well. But I would definitely do the common law website. You'll get the common law birth certificate because all you need is your mom name, dad name, your time of birth, and that's it. And then you'll have your common law one, and then you'll be able to use that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, sis, how can they summons him to court if he's not even from here?
Because the course is fraud, and she gave them his name, which she just committed fraud.
All right, then.
She committed identity theft because she didn't have the right to give up his information.
Oh, wow. Veronica?
Hello.
Hello.
So I spoke to Tamika yesterday. I am Graham Tanny and Auntie Honorable
Hey,
Auntie.
Auntie.
Hey, Auntie. On there. So first I want to say I got Tamika beat just a little bit because I've been doing this for probably about 20 years, but I was moving very cautiously. I had done my authenticating my birth certificate. I would get information, but I would kind of go with whatever the ancestors led me to do. And she is the first person. I would say you guys drop everybody else because I quit everybody else and started listening to her. I told her that yesterday. And I think that's really important if you all are really serious about doing this, and also being consistent. And even with me, as I said, it took me 20 years, and sometimes the younger people just pull the trigger a lot faster. But I always knew that I was on the right path. I even was telling her I had went through it with an eviction, even though I probably shouldn't have went in their court. But because I believed in this so strongly, I kind of went into the court. I was totally right, but of course they still evicted me. But it didn't bother me at all, because I was just like, I already know I'm going to get all of this back and be able to take care of all of these things. But just everything that she's kind of saying really connected a lot of the dots for me that I have learned over the years. So, I'm just for everybody on here who kind of jumps from person to person and has already said they paid a lot of money, stop here. This is where the buck stops, and try to follow what she is saying. As somebody who's been doing this for a while and also is getting classes on credit and things like that, she is really on the right path. And in terms of, she checks the boxes even with my ancestors as well. So I just did I did want to say that, and how much I appreciate her. And also sometimes if we can just stop, this is a lot of information that's going to change a lot of people's lives. And, just ask her what can we do for you? Because that's what I ended up asking her too. I was like, I don't want to ask a whole lot of questions. What is it that we can do for you? Because I already know that just following a lot of her instructions, I'm going to be able to do a lot of things for myself. So I'm just sharing that in general with everybody in terms of kind of paying it forward or seeing if there's something. She probably doesn't need anything because she's gotten the answers and been blessed, but still, nonetheless, it's just something to think about. Now, I did have one question because I was listening to everyone. I have a business account with Chase, and people are popular. Chase's credit cards are popular, but what they did was a personal guarantee. I have very good credit, 800 credit score, so my credit is not an issue. But when they did the personal guarantee, they just put everything in my straw man. They have never put anything in my small trucking company business name. So when I pay the bill each month, it comes to me. It comes to my name. It doesn't have me and the trucking company's name. So I brought that up to them to say, hey, if you are addressing the principal, then this has become a personal, I don't know. But I was like, well, this is, you're addressing it to me and I'm paying it, then it's just a personal thing. This is not my trucking company. But the only thing, of course, is not reflected on my credit report because it's technically supposed to be a business account. But there's nothing to do with my business on there except to say that it's a business account. Other than that, my legal fiction or my straw man name is on there. And I'm wondering if those are remittances, because I'm supposed to be meeting with my Chase banker on Monday.
They absolutely are. And the reason why they make people doing business do a personal guarantee, because they can't run securities through your business account the same way they can do your personal account. So that is the fraud that they use to get your personal guarantee. The good thing about that is because they use your social, which is ultimately your credit card, you can discharge your debts off the same way and take over your account. Now, when you do the account takeover, it can be done on a business account. It can be done on your personal account. It is just removing them from the securities that they get transferred because they're acting as custodians over our accounts. It automatically goes to the main primary custodian account. So with an account like that, just take it completely over.
Okay.
But because they did use a personal guarantee, yes, you can. Because even with business, and they try to make you think, oh, because this business, consumer laws don't follow, which is true. But the method of payment, because we're not the board of governors, is the same exact way with the endorsing it. So what you would do, Auntie, you will also open up a TDA account for your business and use your business 10. Remember I showed earlier, had individual, sole proprietor. So go back on there, whichever one of those entities is how your business is set up. So now you're going to set up the TDA account for your business, and you're going to start depositing your instruments on your business side, your invoices and all of that, have them transferred over to your TDA business account. And because they use your personal guarantee, now here's double for your trouble. Now they got to run that security through your personal account too, because they chose the one to have a personal guarantee.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I have one other question. One question. I felt like everybody was really.
Go ahead.
But anyway, just the you said about getting a certified copy of the court case or something. Can I do that with the eviction? Get a certified
Yes,
copy of that? Okay.
Any court case that you have, if they got a court case number, they got a municipal bond, and they are trading it, because that was also an account that you will want to take over. But yeah, get a certified, because it's still open. You still haven't paid the taxes on it. So absolutely. And if you got a corporate landlord, take them to federal court for securities fraud.
I do.
Yeah, that's securities fraud.
Okay, I do.
On securities fraud. They're not
Okay,
going
and I just want to share.
court.
They're not. I hope not.
They're not.
I didn't want to go in their court. That probably was my mistake.
Oh no, they just gonna want to pay you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, you do that federal lawsuit up under security fraud. Because if you pull up the federal cover sheet, it's a spot on there that says consumer credit 1615 USC 1692 on their cover sheet. Do it as security fraud, send that thing over. Them company gonna be calling you quick trying to offer you a settlement.
Right, Auntie, that's all.
Yeah, that's it. The only thing I want to say is if anybody is going through that and worried about evictions showing up on your credit report, it's not on my report. And I already knew that, again, because that's where it was a little bit of my background in terms of doing credit repair, is that you freeze your core logic. So if anybody is if doesn't know that, just freeze your core logic, and that should, and then you might have to contest it if it's already on there, but it never showed up on mine because I had already froze my core logic.
Perfect.
Okay. All right, and that's it, because Tamika already said she's not answering questions. That for people that already asked questions. The Corey, this is the last question we're taking.
How you guys doing today?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but I think I got you.
I just had a quick question. I'm currently in the process of cleaning my credit. Can any of these strategies you mentioned before help in that process?
Absolutely. Pull your credit report, get you a stack of 1099-Cs, and fill out one for every last one of them and send them on in. And what that does is, instead of getting the stuff erased from your credit report, it will show updated, paid as agreed. And then that will skyrocket your credit report up, because that's technically what we're supposed to do every year, which is why they were giving out one free credit report a year, is so that you can add up everything on your credit report, put a number, whatever amount it is, and because all of the debt that's on your credit report has already been discharged. So that's how you can do that. If you need your credit like immediately, because you need something done, file an FTC fraud report, put every company name down on there, go on the CFPB, do a report, upload that FTC report. They have to remove it within 4 days if it's fraud. We all know it's fraud because everything has already been prepaid. And that's how you do it.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think that's it. Let's see. Anybody have like an eviction or something? Was you answering that type of question far as the takeover? I mean, not the takeover, far as the discharge your shit, sis, or no?
Yeah, if they got one, I'll answer.
Anybody on here that have an eviction? One person on here that has an eviction they're going through right now. That's though. I was looking for you. You left. Okay, Desto. Only Desto. Francis, we're not answering. We can't answer.
Francis, she got an eviction too.
Okay. Oh, okay. So for the ones that have an eviction, but I'm answering Desto right now, which we answering everybody else. But Desto, we can't hear you. Sis, how you unmute her?
Okay, I just did it.
Okay.
I asked her to unmute. She got to hit the button.
Oh, you got to hit the button, Desto. You got to hit the button.
Oh, she said she don't need nothing.
Oh, she said it's not working.
Oh, when I I asked her to unmute. She got to hit the button to accept it.
You got to hit the button. No. She says she can hear you, so go ahead and answer, sis.
I don't know what her question is.
I remember I was asking about, do anybody have an eviction? And if they got an eviction right now, what do they do?
But I need to know where stage she got in the eviction.
Oh,
okay. So I'm gonna need to talk to her.
Okay. Well, I guess that's it for tonight.
Desto, are you? Hold on. What did they say?
Oh, what she say?
Wow. I asked. Let me see. Chat. Okay, I'm about to tell her. I'm about to send her a direct message in the chat.
Oh, she said over 5 years. Okay, we talking. Okay, she gonna send you a chat. I'm talking about somebody that's facing eviction right now as we speak. That they like summons them to court right now.
Who is Jaquan L. Bay?
All right, go ahead and unmute yourself, Jaquan.
Yeah, I try to make sure I get everybody questions in. I don't know who
How you
it is.
doing? Appreciate this information tonight. Yeah, I'm going through an eviction right now.
Okay, so what stage are you in? Are you within where you at? Are you in court or are you waiting to go to court? They just served you 10 days. What's going on?
Should be DEFCON 10. Well, they served me last month on the 13th. And then it's already been a month. I guess I'm in Georgia and I guess this shit backed up. And I'm in Clayton County.
Okay, so have you already been to court? Do you already got a judgment?
No. What I did was they put the summons on the door on the 13th. I went on the 14th and answered it, and that's just that. And there ain't been nothing since. So what I was gonna do, I've been waiting to try to get some more information on it, but everybody trying to, break your leg and your arm for the information. But I was gonna do a notice of dismissal, and after that, I'm kind of in the water because I really don't know which way to go or which way to attack it.
Okay, so they gave you a summons, but no court date yet. You didn't answer. So they haven't answered yet. Is it a corporate landlord?
I don't, they may be, but I don't.
Is it
I
like
don't think so.
apartment or did you rent from a private?
It's a condo and I rent from a property management group.
Oh, okay, so that means it is it's
They
okay.
not a corporation.
All right, so you got two things you can do. You can file a
And
chapter
also,
7.
and also, if this is something too, they're actually going through a management change. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So
That could be a
somebody
good thing
else.
that's holding you up too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
So
could
go
really
ahead,
be a
what you
good
about to
thing
say?
that could be a good thing in your favor because if they're going through a management change, which if they're going through a management change, if they change management before you go to court, then that order is not in void because there was a different management that was there. Two, you got two things you can do. One, can you send me a copy of your lease? I need to know if this is a corporate landlord. I need to know that part. But you got two options. In emergency situations only, and this is for anybody on the call, especially if y'all my friends on TikTok, y'all just seen me posted it. I literally had 24 hours before she was about to be locked out. Like the sheriffs was coming, knock, knock, we here, get out. Okay, and North Carolina is something different. So I had 24 hours to stop this woman's eviction so she won't get put out with her kids. I filed a Chapter 7 bankruptcy. Now, the Chapter 7 bankruptcy put it in its tracks. I had to get the judgment overturned. They took me through it too, but I got it done. But I locked her report so that the bankruptcy won't show. If it do, my sister can get it off, y'all. She fixes credit. So if y'all not credit questions, answer LaCora, there y'all go to her because that's her specialty. In an emergency situation, file Chapter 7. Men that goes, or there's some women on child support. If you know you got a rearage and they about to come through that child support sweep like they do every year because they got to report to the federal government what they did with that grant money that's in that daddy's name, because that's what they do it for. File a Chapter 7. If they're in jail, file a Chapter 7. They letting them go immediately. No ifs, ands, or buts. Chapter 7 gets rid of all of your arrearage. All of it. So that's just a little key. If you already got a judgment against you from the court and the sheriff is coming do a chapter 7. If you're in a situation like you are, if it's a corporate landlord, that means that is securities fraud, which means it's in the wrong venue, which means you need to move it federal. So if you can give me the name of the company, correct, you're going to change the jurisdiction over there. They always go to small claims court because them courts is going to just rule with them however, but no. And if it's a corporate landlord, that international bill of exchange that I told you, because if they're a corporate landlord, that means they got a trustee, and a trustee is the bank. You will take that lease, you will print it out, you will put 50 cents on there, you will endorse it. You will do an international bill of exchange for a year's worth of rent or whatever, add all of the rent on there, put it on the international bill of exchange, and then tell them to run all your FRNs/floating rate notes back to you. You got it?
I got it.
You got it? I know I go kind of fast sometimes because I ain't reading for nothing, y'all. This is like in me. Like this is in my blood. This is all I do every day. And
So you say international bill of exchange,
right.
print that out.
That's right.
Print that out with the lease.
And with the lease, you're going to put a 50-cent stamp on it. Send me the name of the company so that I can research it, so I can tell you if they got an indenture trustee. I need to know what their paperwork is stating. Because if it's stating on a corporate way, then that means that I know that they are selling your securities, which means that's a security exchange, security violation, which means that it's in the wrong venue. It got to go to federal court. You can also pay the taxes on the case. Shut the court down where the court can't do nothing but rule with you. You shut the court down by certified copy of the case, throw those 10 cents on there, boom, 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 go refile it back into the case. But then I also need to make sure what type of attorney that they're using, because if they're using an attorney that, let's just say his name is Michael Williams, right? Attorney at law. He's working up under a DBA that says Michael Williams LLC, but ain't nobody ever paid attention to the LLC, and it's illegal for a corporation to file court documents. So even though their name, it appears that they did it up under their attorney name, they really probably did it up under a certificate of authority or up under a DBA, which also makes it illegal, and we could get that thrown out too. So you got some options so that you can sit right there. But if you want to be there for a minute, because once you put that 50 cents on there, that locks them into a 3-year lease, point blank, period. And then to really time, send a copy of all of that to the security exchange, because the security exchange runs everything. That is who they got to report to. You can be a whistleblower for them. However the case may be, they'll pay you millions of dollars. So there's your recourse. Got it?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I know you're gonna need that again. So follow me on something.
Follow everybody. Follow her. Look, I'm like, look. I was gonna say, not Life of a Beneficiary, the other one, Breaking Generation Curses. Follow her at Life of a Beneficiary off of TikTok. Everybody, if y'all, for the ones that already answered questions, she's not answering no more questions. Y'all can book her a consult through Gumroad, or you could just go through her page. She got a lot of information on there for you guys. We enjoyed you guys tonight. We answered the questions for child support, evictions. She broke down the TDA for you guys for you. I mean, the stuff that she broke down for y'all tonight, that was not even part of the program. So y'all got more than your money's worth. So we thank you. We appreciate you guys, and you have an awesome night. Enjoy your weekend.
Wait, before they go. Oh. Hey, everybody. I know a few people left. It did get late. For y'all that's in my old class, y'all already know how it be. It should be a couple hours. It used to be 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. But I want each one of you guys to know that I appreciate you, number one. Number two, one thing that Auntie said, nobody teaches what I teach the way I teach it. So just a word of advice, don't make it hard on you, because if you learning something from me and you over here with somebody else, you will get confused, and I don't want you to get confused. You know, I'm trying to save you from going down a whole lot of rabbit holes. I'm trying to give y'all what I wish I had 10 years ago. If I had a me 10 years ago, it wouldn't have took me 10 years. The goal, as I'll tell everybody, yeah, we know that bills is the issue because we're all facing them, which is they did it on purpose to keep us distracted from us to be able to read and get this, which is why I gave y'all this particular class this evening so that y'all can handle your bills. But the ultimate goal should be you want to take over your account.
Yes.
You want to take over your account. I don't know how many ways I could tell you you want to take over your account. You take over your account, you have now just taken over your life and you have broke the generational curses. For whatever reason, God has chosen us during this time, which is a great time to be alive if you know who you are. And we were chosen during this time to stop what is happening. Only we can do it. So for whatever reason, the energy aligned all of us to be on this call tonight. I appreciate every last one of you guys. Thank you for choosing me to help you on this process. I promise y'all, if y'all listen to what I'm telling y'all, and I don't leave nothing out. I ain't leave not one part out that y'all needed.
Sure didn't.
Not one. So y'all can be having questions and be like, come back. No, please, the Emergency Banking Act of 1933. Please go read it. The Indentured Trustee Act of 1939. That is your rule book. So for y'all that play sports with the playbook on how you got to move it, you want to know what you can tell these trustees what to do, it's in that book. I'm going to send you guys the banking dictionary. You want to read it more than once, because those terms in there are going to make you be like, what? This mean this, but it literally gives you their whole system. So when you create your security agreement, you'll be able to use the right terminology to take over every last thing they have taken. It is time for us to rise. It is time for us to stand and get back our God-given rights. God already paid for our sins and our debts. He did. And they after our kids and we can't let them have it. I will put together another class. So I can't just leave y'all out there like that. So I'm going to put something together where I can be accessible, but I can't let happen what happened in my last class. Like they pull my energy so much. My body broke down. So, but I know I'm about to retire in a minute, but I got to make sure that y'all have this information and properly so y'all can reach back and teach somebody else. So I appreciate you guys spending this Friday evening with me. I'm going to do the editing of the recording. I'll have it out to you guys. I'll get the email out to you guys with everything that y'all guys need. And I'll set up another time for us to go over part 2. But the goal is I want y'all to take over y'all accounts so that y'all can change y'all entire trajectory of your life. And it literally takes 3 days. Once that paperwork done, in 3 days, when you get that famous email, your account is ready. Transfer $250,000 from one of your accounts to somebody, and you can send everybody in your family, spend 1 day and spend everybody $250,000, tell them get the hell out your face and go enjoy your life. And that's what it is. So y'all enjoy your night. Everybody go follow me on Facebook. TikTok, Life of Beneficiary. And She's Beautiful Ezra on TikTok. Follow her, and we look forward to helping you guys.
And if y'all don't have nothing else, make sure y'all have this 1099As. You are going to jail. Remember that, and unlearn what you learned from somebody else, because somebody's gonna give it to you the right way. So good night, y'all.
I'm sorry, y'all. My son just surprised me from the Navy. I'm looking like, that's my son. Oh my God, my son. I'm having a class. My son. Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead.
Okay, good night, y'all.
Oh my God, my son. When this happened?
No, I'm gonna leave tomorrow morning.
My
friends wanted me to come here because she wants to see.
Okay, guys. Good night. I'll be talking with y'all. See y'all later.
All right.
Okay, so man, this class has been going on.